Welcome in, everyone. It's time to get live and loud as we get into the October Spin Showcase, of course, as presented by Stay Plugged In. I'm Hail Monkey Man, and of course, I get the awesome privilege of being alongside one of the best in the biz and one of the greatest voices you're going to ever get to witness. It is Nerdy Bird alongside myself in the booth. Nerdy, we just got to be able to see so much great esports across this great land for the last 10 months. So let's bring a showcase. How are you doing today? How's your weekend starting off?
I'm doing pretty good. I'm excited for this month's showcase because last month we got to witness Valorant and Super Smash on Saturday, of course, that's our standard staple. And then we get to bring it into today. And hopefully the players that I get to see again on repeat have learned some lessons. There's been some improvement because roughly you've had about 30 days, which I feel like, at least in gamer terms, is quite a bit of time to improve and hopefully learn some hard lessons when it comes to trying to, at least in Smash, play the same character over and over again and continue to not find success. Perhaps we've changed things up, so we have new approaches to things. So I'm excited to see the improvement because, after all, that is partially what Scholastic Esports is all about.
It's very much so, especially with the programs that are able to provide so much extra support. And you guys may be wondering, what in the world is the Spin Showcase? Well, Stay Plugged In has provided a platform for all these potential collegiate would-be gamers from all the way down into middle school into their senior year of high school, a chance to have a recruiting base, maybe some even recruiters that are directly watching today. So it's awesome to see this from month to month. I think they did for this semester all the way out into the middle of July. So Stay Plugged In has done fantastic work with that. But it's also because of some great sponsors that have been able to support along the way. One of them is, in fact, going to be Coca-Cola, as they had an Oreo that just got created. It's so wild and awesome. Coca-Cola Creations dipped into its bag of tricks, which is great for the treat that you get to see this October. And they pulled off a best of both world's experience in a cosmic collaboration with Oreo. The limited edition Coca-Cola flavored Oreos and Oreo flavored Coca-Cola Zero Sugar. Yes, that's right. Zero sugar tastes like an Oreo. It's fantastic. And they're available now. Take a trip with us to your local convenience store today and experience this match made in heaven while it lasts. I got to have at least the Oreos that taste like Coca-Cola. It literally tastes exactly like you think. Nice little drink, and it's just as crisp and refreshing.
The Oreo cookies themselves actually have like have you ever had Pop Rocks?
Yes.
They have Pop Rocks inside of the cream of the cookie, so you get the sparkling sensation of a soda when you are eating them. It is very interesting. I do have those right here as proof. It's a mouth sensation from a cookie I never thought I'd end up having, and I do think that the Oreo cookie drink itself is actually quite nice. It's not nearly as sweet as I thought it was going to be, so I do suggest at least giving it a shot while it is here.
Yeah, it's one of those that you got to be able to get while it's available, and it's one of those limited times. And why not be able to get it, especially during the spooky season? Put it in someone's pail. But we also have some extra speed to be able to be brought to the table, as we have our other sponsor in Brightspeed that will be able to support everything with us. Stay Plugged In and Brightspeed. I actually partnered to bring more opportunities to these high school students through esports, STEM, and CTE programs, and we're going to learn how Brightspeed Fiber can amplify your gaming experience. Let's check out this video. We're gonna move on.
Come on. Before I switched to Brightspeed Fiber Internet, things like slow speeds and random dead spots really brought out the troll in me. I mean, I spent hours causing trouble. But then I switched to Brightspeed's fast, reliable fiber internet, and the rest is sunshine and unicorns. Looks amazing, Barbara.
Ultra-fast, Brightspeed fiber internet. Switch to the bright side.
Make sure to check out Brightspeed, as they're making sure that everything is very fast for you with some Brightspeed Fiber. Check them out at Love Fiber.
And also, we want to give a huge shout out over to Stay Plugged In, which is, of course, what SPIN is short for. Stay Plugged In is the leading esports recruiting platform in the country, and creating an account and competing in these showcases is absolutely free. A free account will allow you to search for college esports programs, build your personal esports brand, and gain competitive experience by competing in Stay Plugged In online recruiting events just like these. If you want to take it a step further, our platinum plan will make make your search for college become unstoppable. You can use your spin profile to keep track of your search for colleges, work with our spin recruiting specialists to create a personalized plan of action, and narrow down the search to schools that make sense for you, as every student's wants and needs in schools are different. Message college esports recruiters directly through the Spin website and invite them to watch you compete in the next Spin event you are attending. Visit staypluggedin.com. Again, that is staypluggedin.com, and start your journey to collegiate esports today.
And it's not just that which Stay Plugged In is bringing to the table, but of course, showcases and events like you're seeing today. But in the very near future, we've got some great and exciting news for you as forthcoming some lands. Yes, a physical environment is very quickly coming up in just a couple weeks. We'll be going over to Hartford, Connecticut, a $900 prize pool. And of course, you don't want to be able to miss out on these kinds of events. It's a massive recruiting event. You're able to see it regionally, and you don't want to leave yourself wanting, because I mean, hey, what better place to be able to meet up with people, especially that you can be able to go and get your higher education. This one's going to be in Connecticut, which you can find over at staypluggedin.gg/events. But there's another one that's coming down the pipeline as well, as we have, guess what, I call this one because it's Florence Esports Festival, with the 4th annual rendition of it. And for the 4th annual, why not $4,000? Florence, South Carolina, again at the same location of staypluggedin.gg/events. So this that one's gonna be, I guess, in the early part of November. There's so many holidays to have to dodge, and so you dip, dive, duck, and dodge between all of them. And I believe that these two lands are the prime, just like the prime spot for so many Scholastic students looking for a real big chance, especially with recruiters, be able to meet them in the middle. But you think that this is going to be it? No, the beginning of the year has so much momentum, as Carry to College is back, baby. Yes, you have 4 awesome titles, this one being the first set on this 25 and 26th weekend of January. $2,000 up for grabs for Rocket League and Overwatch 2, but not to be denied, we've got another one in the very early part of February, as well as it will be some Super Smash and Valorant, just like we're doing today, a $3,200 prize pool. You can find all this and more, every single bit of it, over at staypluggedin.com/events. That's going to be the biggest thing to be able to remember, staypluggedin.com/events. But there's still one big event later this year, and hey, Nerdy Bird, tell them all about it.
Personally, while I'm super stoked about the lands, I do think this one is the most highly anticipated high school esports competition, and it is, of course, making its return here in 2024. The Stay Plugged In Coca-Cola All-Stars is an exclusive event that provides talented high school players the chance to compete in front of college recruiters and industry professionals. Selected participants will be featured in competition broadcasts across major platforms, offering exposure to larger esports audiences and a guaranteed piece of a $20,000 prize pool. Visit allstars.staypluggedin.com. Again, that's allstars.staypluggedin.com. Fill out the quick form to begin your nominations today.
There's so many great events coming up. I just can't wait. You have LANs, you have big online events, and then of course, there's just so much to be able to bring to the table, especially for scholarship, for recruiting in the collegiate sector. Nerdy Bird, I know that you've done a lot of work in there. I've been able to see some great students and be able to find those programs, and that's all we really want, especially for a lot of people to be able to succeed and maybe catch some glory along the way. But we've done a lot of work when it comes to the preamble of this. We've seen the LANs, we've seen everyone that's been able to support this showcase. I think it's time that we finally get to the matches at hand. Today we've got Valorant and some Super Smash Brothers. In fact, we're covering 3 separate regions of Central, East, and West to be able to give you all the good looks of Super Smash Bros. Valorant is forthcoming, and in your opinion, Nerdy Bird, I mean, we had Vise that came to the table. We've seen a lot better work when it comes to being on Abyss. Literally in 10 days, we will be switching 4 maps, 2 off, 2 in. What's really kind of sitting on the table? Swan songs for Lotus, and I know a lot of people are crying about that. I don't know about yourself. What's the biggest outlook? What do people got to be focusing on here going to Valorant?
So I feel like definitely facilitating your initial, well, okay, Let me digress because I need a moment here because Lotus and Icebox are getting pulled out of the rotation, and by far those are two of some of my favorite maps in the game. Can we take out Ascent instead of Icebox, please? And I love Ascent, but don't take away my Icebox. Anyway, I feel like if you want to find success, regardless of the map, the biggest thing actually comes down to understanding how your role is meant to facilitate someone else on your squad. And I feel like the deal breaker truly comes down to, can our initiator facilitate our duelist? If our duelist goes down, how is our controller able to facilitate our initiator to take that place? Or our controller able to act as our duelist in conjunction with our initiator's util? Because if you can't get information, you really are going to struggle. Yes, there are some agents like Fade that can give you exact outlines and locations of people, and that's a huge thing to tell you, hey, these 3 people are here, these 2 people are here. But if you have Sova and your recon bolt gets shot, well, you can only guess that there's 1 person in that zone where you shot the recon bolt. Dizzy gives you general idea of where people are standing because of where the blind goes out. Now, how do you use that information to facilitate your duelist is, well, you get the intel, your duelist goes in, your duelist follows up and gets those eliminations, and you then swing shortly thereafter your duelist has gone in to try and guarantee that even if they end up falling, you get the trade or you clear out the entire site. And the teams that I'm going to be asking that accomplish this goal today are Cooper Valorant and Clan Yokai.
Yeah, we're going to be seeing this one as our first matchup on the docket, a round 1 of today's bracket. And I hope that all of you were paying attention because all of that is very important, because when we run specifically into these matchups and look at the map we get to go to, we go to Ascent. Why keepeth thine Ascent and getteth riddeth against maps that we know and love? Well, it's a baseline default map. I feel like pretty much everyone in the production side, casting and otherwise, maybe even the players, have been like, wow, why is Ascent still here? It's because it's a great measurement of how you just default play this game. But something that's kind of not default right now. I see a Neon that's walking into this matchup, and I mean, it's going to be going into a kind of a duelist reverse of having to face off that Phoenix with dueling Reynas on either side.
I mean, okay, so Neon with the relay bolt, I feel like, especially the changes that were made to Neon when the most recent changes to her kit, specifically the 100% accurate sliding, is gross. So early rounds or save rounds, you have the capability to shoot your relay bolt, come running through, and then immediately double shot someone with a shotgun, whether it be a shorty, a judge, or a Bucky. So I do believe Neon acts as a great failsafe, plus Neon kind of takes the place over the Jet players, where in this instance you have an ultimate that can basically circumvent not having a weapon if your team needs to go for a save round, and you can spearhead a team's engagement even on defense. You can play very forward, follow up with your Neon, you're able to limit the find kills, pick up weaponry. So I feel like Neon is pseudo taking the place of Jet, and I feel like we're going to see more Neons as the seasons progress, honestly.
Yeah, I've been told through the grapevine that Neon is definitely the low elo slayer. They definitely are tough to handle, especially just so much disruption. It is able to circumvent the general pace of the game, so it really ramps things up. And if you're not ready for it, well, COD players, I hope you're ready to turn and spin and win. But either way, Cooper will be on defense. They're going to be bringing in the Killjoy across from the same with Clan Yokai. Maybe this clan of demons will be able to get them their way through as they will start onto this attack. And it all really starts for me from that mid position. They actually have one man missing. Doesn't really matter because Isock is able to just clear up, and it looks like A is mostly free, but Yokai doesn't know that yet.
Sova went to the back of mid, tried to clear Cat, opted to rotate back. We hear door close, and it's going to be Technoblade falling. So we're down our controller. Our Neon also gets eliminated. Cooper Valorant technically is only down by 1 agent at this point in time, considering Reyna is vibing out in spawn because of a DC, but I digress. We will continue the match nonetheless.
You have one that's hanging out right underneath, and swiftly having that guiding light be your own counter clear with that blind, and you do have at least someone scanned out all the way in distance, and Frost just kind of hung out from underneath heaven. So a pretty stock standard situation, even when operating down 1 man, but because you can walk into a 4v1, Clan Yokai got the benefit of that. So we're gonna actually take a pause and get everyone onto the map. So, all right, as we see it, what did we even get to really measure? You get to win 1 fight over your Reyna, which I think is something that is going to be as if you do not support into them having a double swing or having 2 kind of sitting per site, more standard in these early rounds, you're going to be able to kind of rock and roll with that. We're actually going to see if that first round even counted. So Ascent, how does it really get defined for us? We've seen pretty much everything get measured onto this map, and we have the double duelists on either side, not double initiators to really kind of walk around it. What do we kind of even see with that early composition?
So to me, that says both these teams are looking to claim a lot of space, whether it be on defense or offense. They want space control, and that is what the duelist allows us to do. Yes, their title is not controller. In reality, what a controller does is it shuts down the opportunity for one side to see the other side. That is more what controller utility does. It makes it more dangerous to try and claim space, but the duelist is really the one that is the space taker. So if we think about it that way, that means both these teams are going to be battling significantly for area control, and I think it should start looking more like we're going to see mid zone being where fights are going to start happening. We're going to see people swinging outside of tree, swinging from tiles, looking to go towards pizza and market and look for opportunities to take fights there, especially considering we don't have double initiator. That means when controller util goes down, that is where all hell is going to start breaking loose, because there isn't someone to come in and do, the standard KO. We don't have a 0-point knife, so we can't take away people's util and also tell us how many people are there. We don't have fade with haunt to tell us how many people are there. We have got blind, and we have got blind. So if you only have blinds, the one that tells you that there's someone there is actually going to be that guiding light. So Sky is going to be paramount for their team's success, but if Sky falls, no James Bond pun intended, I don't think that team's going to find as much success.
And they're not going to have exactly the Adele-style theme song to go with it either. Unfortunately, I can't. My pipes just aren't going to be conducive to singing at that level. None of you want to hear that anyway. We talk, we don't sing. It's weird. Karaoke always ends poorly after lands. That's just the truth. You don't want to be in there with us. Either way, we did get to see at least the first round. We're trying to make sure everyone does get into the lobby. So kind of waiting into that. And I like the idea that, you get to see kind of younger students, especially if they're going into maybe a showcase in total, try something a little bit more wily, even if it's more aggressive space taking. You don't exactly have that default, just sit, wait, try to be able to wait for the more, I guess, methodical approach. You can probably walk in what feels like a TDM at points as we go in. So, and also, even though they're not duelists by name, for some reason, every Sova and every Breach in all of my lobbies acts like they're a duelist, but also I spam the heck out of the kits for either one. So I feel like everyone just wants to be a duelist, even Cloves these days too.
Okay, so Clove acts as a duelist, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Like the kit of Clove and just the standardization of like this character's is job is this. There's always like a secondary role that applies to that character. I mean, Clove, you have the metal which acts as an invuln. So like if you're able to throw that, land it, and hit someone with it, you swing with one of your duelists. Boom! You've just acted as initiator, and you've facilitated your duelist to get in and actually find eliminations. You've assisted in those eliminations. With Reyna, you've got the Leer, because the range on the Leer is so heavy. After you get information from your actual initiator, you then initiate yourself and your squad using that Leer. You swing together, you find the elimination. So every role has like a secondary aspect to it that falls in line with the ability of another agent. So yeah, I think Cloves are very duelist heavy leaning when it comes to being a controller, but unfortunately one of our duelists is going to fall, and here comes that initiation with the Reyna Leer. We use the dismiss, and we are able to also follow up and find our controller, take them down. That's going to be Omen falling, as well as the enemy Reyna.
Unfortunately for Technoblade, they put their good old sheriff down whenever the Reyna was dry peeking into that initial left turn, and so now it comes a 5v1. Cooper is able to maintain and retain that first round, and Oni left in a winless venture. It will be a flawless round for Cooper as they walk their way into A, pretty much scot-free.
We also had Scary on this Brimstone backing really far into near our own spawn to make sure that we had the opportunity to drop those mollies for post plant. Now instead of sticking with A, we're gonna walk over to B. And by the way, if in case anyone was wondering, yes, we did keep the score of Cooper Valorant winning the first round. I mean, they were down 1 agent and still ended up winning. So I mean, honestly, it would have been punishment if we took it away from them. Now we can't look at the buys. We have someone being bold enough to buy a Vandal. Hopefully we don't end up giving that over to the enemy team.
Pretty sure that same thing, yes. Dylan, who actually picked that up over in round number 2. So they went for a half shield, which actually makes a lot of sense on Arena, especially because of the power. So very aggressive, and they've been able to really enable their team to just march. It has been a Macy's Day Parade, and they are the main balloon everyone wants to see. Now that is going to be a great counter here, as Psyker is able to at least get one out. And Isoc, who's been really just kind of running it down like any good Neon can. They're going to lose that battle, and that's a spray pattern you don't want to repeat.
No, you need to honestly it's 3 shots and reset. I'm guilty of it. Just keep in mind, I will preach this, but I'm still very guilty of doing the exact same thing of wanting to hold it down. Recoil is very bad, so you need to make sure that you tap the Vandal, let it reset the aim, tap it again. Takes like a quarter second, but Zippin's gonna round the corner. Suji rounds the corner with no util, doesn't get punished, but aims a little too high, and I do believe also got blinded by Frost. So not surprised that we ended up not finding that elimination.
Yes, Frost has pretty much just been throwing up guiding lights and praying that their teams have their eyes closed. I sometimes am guilty of that as well. I just close my eyes. I don't spin my character away, and then my character and I disagree as they decide to just DC handedly from the lobby. A little bit of, yeah, try and fail. But Clan Yokai, they do give up what was basically their buy round, and Cooper is able to find bonus territory here. I think that there's a few Spectres, maybe even an Outlaw to try and assist things, but Narrator, I find that if they can be able to win this duel, because Dylan has been basically left unchecked to walk into sight, and it's been a scary venture for anyone that wants to stare deep into that leer.
It has been, but the Angry Cabbages are also out, and Dylan is using that to their advantage, finding maximum information to figure out where they need to go, who they need to eliminate. So far, they've got 3 out of 5 players eliminated. Unfortunately, they won't be able to get that ace, but will they be able to find the last one? Neon comes charging through into Tree with a swing around, and will find the final elimination onto Phoenix.
Yeah, that one was pretty much a walking death rattle, and we've only had 2 deaths now at this point, both on the same person, as Isoc on the Neon, or ISOQ, whichever the one they want to be called. But Cooper is rolling 4-0. And again, this is the early iterations of this spin showcase. So you're gonna have the kind of the width of the bracket as it narrows down over the course of the day. And Clan Yokai just looking for a chance to kind of redeem themselves. A pure B hit being postured up right now. Any Killjoy would pray for this, but also they could be running it down real fast over that util. They're gonna try and delay them and hope for the rotation, which is being called.
Fast lane has gone down. The leer has been used. We're into sight. We do find Neon, and Dylan does find the elimination onto Oni, the KJ returning the favor. So the trade did come through. Cooper Valorant gets that spike plant down, which means Scary is most likely going to go into a spot where we can drop the molly. Market Door has been dropped, but is quickly being taken care of by Clan Yokai on this retake. Unfortunately, Technoblade, though, will fall. We're going to replace the smoke in lieu of the missing door, but Reyna swings into the smoke, is looking for that second person that they believe they know is in there, but there's 2 in garage, and Narrator swings into both of them. Suji by logs. Trigger discipline not long enough, and can't find the confirmed elimination. That is so tragic. This is why you wait. Give it a couple more seconds.
Oh, Zwejan, just lived my entire Valorant experience in those few seconds. Spectres are awful. I refuse. I have vowed to only use Stinger Gang, Rise Up, or Frenzy, because Spectres just ruined me. It's a little bit better on the spray control, maybe able to get you, even when they're able to go ADS. Can't quite complete the kill, and yeah, maybe a few extra seconds could have helped them out to be able to find them, off guard. But for the time being, we've got 5 now here for Cooper. They're just running it down. A Bucky to meet them and greet them. They're gonna have at least a shotgun shell, trying to go skeet shooting, right around the corner. How in the world did they get all the way behind them?
Narrator, I'm shook that you lived that long, but Isock is going to come in nonetheless and take down 2 with that overdrive coming online, and we have the final elimination as well. Okay, so I need to touch on this. You mentioned it that you're not the huge fan of the Spectre.
Yeah.
I honestly have completely just disregarded Spectres and Stingers as a whole. My buy round, I actually opt to go with a Bulldog, and then typically I will, because I play predominantly Phoenix and Clove, I'll either go without one of my curveballs, or I will go without my metal, and I'll buy half shields, and that is my first round. That is my second round after pistols after winning pistol round. Bye. I've given up.
That's not bad, especially playing off that kind of agency, because even off the half shield, you can still get some extra HP. So that's really smart. And Bulldogs have been much kinder to me recently than Spectres have. So mad respect to that. You know what, Submachine Gang is about to just kind of go dying. We're gonna leave them behind. But so does Narrator, as Dylan is finding any head that wants to leave its neck. They clear out all of spawn side, and now that's leaving Zuijin over here, just kind of staring at an eyeball and unable to break it. A 1v5 yet again, and Clan Yokai is hoping they can set themselves up like a turret in the middle of the map. Unfortunately for them, another flawless round is what's accumulates for Cooper.
Okay, I want to see Yokai's buy this round, because I feel like we're forcing the Spectres and the Stingers just too frequently. We need to commit to the save. It looks like Zuijin is kind of trying to convince the squad to force this full buy, but really, we half bought last round, and I don't think even ever. Yes, so genuinely, go, like, if we're gonna force, buy Bulldogs. If you can't afford a shield, buy a Guardian, buy a Bulldog, get the half shield. I mentioned it, how these two teams need to operate, and that is for absolute flooding into sight off of swings from your duelists, and that is exactly what Cooper Valorant's been able to do. The amount of space this attacking squad gained off these two duelists, just going into sight, pushing forward, and being unrelenting in the amount of space they want to claim, has worked perfectly. And we used from the shadows of, instead of dismissing, we actually committed to going into Raptors.
And Dylan will track down the lockdown, which was used a bit further into Garden than usual. You're going to have the run it back get online, and now Dylan's actually going to try and dismiss straight up into the respawn, and to get that 4K, it basically is a false ace with the way they picked up the initial kill, and then Phoenix being reborn just to die again. So Cooper picks up an 8th. By the way, I had to do like some quick Googling, because I swore it was the same name of like a Yu-Gi-Oh card. Zuijin is a quote-unquote obeying orders being, also known as a Kami warrior guardian. So they're there to guard over the gates of shrines. So that's what their name means. Boom.
Oh,
yeah,
that's actually really adorable. Oh,
it's
someone
like
got the Halloween spray.
Oh, nice. I like that. Well, we run it down. We get fast. We go quick. Zuijin is also going to do the same thing to the respawn, as Kata is just trying to be able to get rid of a counter robotic, and no one is clearing. Well, no one has seen this corner as of yet until Oni gets rid of one, but Scary does the same thing, and it looks like a plant will be forthcoming. And not a flawless round this time around.
Why Scary's chilling out? And nope. See, they're not even going to relax. They hit the pedal. They keep going. We've swung and cleared out Defender's spawn. Market door is still closed, so we know that if this market door starts getting sprayed down, no, our now defensive squad, Cooper Valorant, is opting to take it down instead. Truly, if you're in a 1v5, then maybe just hang on to your gun. Maybe run away.
That's one of those, it was definitely starting to become a thriller moment. Just very scary, surrounded on all sides, and as soon as you hear the attacking team that was post-plant defuse hold breaking down a door, here's Johnny, it's an axe and then a gun to follow. So, you know, if you wanted to be able to get your horror movies started, this may be the start for you. So Cooper trying to get to that double-digit mark. Clan Yokai praying to stop the flow.
We're hitting the stimmy out the gate, Brippy with the stimmy, yeah, and we're gonna follow up with the Seekers, but Narrator with the Hunter's Fury straight through main, using that to try and deter the squad from coming in. Cooper Valorant did end up losing one, but then Dylan comes through, finds one trade in respect to their teammate that unfortunately got eliminated, and then right thereafter, Neon finds another elimination, and because we're not keeping our heads on a swivel. 2 people and Raptors are gone, and then Oni will fall to ISOC. And also, I did opt to as well Google Phoenix's name because I did think also, I was like, I remember this Yu-Gi-Oh card. So I wanted to take a quick look at it, and yes, it's a very gorgeous card, and it is some of the most beautiful shades of blue that are utilized on that card. So I like it. But let's look at what we got here now. We've got the Orbital Strike as well as the Empress coming in for Cooper Mount. I highly anticipate Dylan actually hitting this Empress right now, this round, because we're so heavy-handed in the lead right now. We're 10-0. We can hit it. It's okay. We hear the Guiding Light go through. It didn't confirm a shot onto anyone. We see the Paranoia as well, and we knew immediately where Omen was standing. Shutting the door and persevering through this smoke, opting to swing into guard and probably going to take down the window. No, the window's already been shot out by our defensive team. That is a bold move. That means you are not scared by the fact that someone can now sneak up on you. And that is where Valorant really becomes a horror game, is when people decide to just shift walk. But Dylan's like, hey, I want my ace. I really would like my ace. Oh, but wait, we can't get the ace anyway because Neon found the other kill.
They've actually been racing Neon, which you would think would be a lopsided venture considering Neon is made literally for speed. But they've been racing their Neon to try and get a kill before them and be able to get that ace as fast as they can. Their dismissal has been faster than I've ever seen any other Reyna's dismissal ever. So they have been really hitting the gym and going on marathon runs. This is looking very promising to being a 12-0 to start off the half. Love the clown kitty spray, by the way. But,
I like the meowing cat from the Halloween pack. And to anyone who's curious, I've been convincing many people to buy the Halloween pack.
Just have an entire 5 spray of all the clown cats. Well, Dylan wants to be able to get a 30 bomb if they can early on, and they're just at least trying to deny them. The Leer for a Paranoia has close proximity. They can't clean them up, and that is a 4-man stay as you have 12-0 in this first half. Again, spin showcases, it can be very lopsided to start things out. We had to narrow down the field. A 31 bomb in the first half with no deaths. That's a statement by Dylan.
Yeah, you're a type of player that horrifies me. There's a reason why I'm gonna just vibe over near Diamond and call it good. I don't need to go any higher than that. I'm also fine just vibing in gold, maybe plat. That's good too. There's a reason why my friend who is Ascendant has another account and plays in gold. It's just more fun.
As soon as you have to hit the sweat marks, it's
just not worth it anymore. But, like, if you're one of these people, i.e. Dylan, who's dropping a 30 bomb in a game, and has the prospect of getting college recruited, playing for teams, stuff like that. But when you're old and tired, it's just like, no.
Come home from work, don't want to deal with all that. I wish I was as cool as I was when I was 15 and had the time. You know what? That's why these students are here. They have the time. Trying to be able to get things working. You already have a molly that popped off. You have a shorty doing the same thing. And there it goes. 13-0. Scary with a 3K off the shorty. And that'll be Cooper that will be moving on.
And we could hear that Halloween cat meow spray. I did have a full 5-player team that all of us had it, and so we all, like, one person dropped in, then all of a sudden you heard all the meows from everyone else as we all put the sprays down. It is a glorious spray. And I will say, Oni manages to crack into the top 5 despite this being a heavily lopsided game in favor of the enemy team. Dylan, 32 eliminations, no deaths. That is horrifying. Wow.
I've never seen an ACS over 400, let alone 652. So kind of a big deal is Dylan, doing great work. So fantastic job over to them. And of course, Cooper will be moving on in their bracket. We have quite a few brackets that are operating today because we're doing both Valorant as well as Super Smash. So obviously that one was kind of a speed run. Game's done quick. I don't think they even have a record compared to that one. But Nerdy Bird, this is a showcase event. So how do we kind of level that off with recruiters, considering that that's not going to be the level and quality and type of pedigree of player that you're going to see across the day?
Well, of course, like we could always have highlight reels of these players, watch all the moments in which they popped off to really demonstrate how well they performed. We could take a quick look at some of the best moments. I think a lot of these are going to be coming from Dylan. Sometimes when you have someone who's just this good, it's not so much of a highlight reel of the whole team. It's more like a demo reel for one player.
Yeah, if they wanted to be recruited for a Hollywood flick that is titled in their name, well, this is exactly what you send over to the director in kind. A Dylan Taj, if you will, just to finish things off for the side of Cooper Valorant. So they will be moving forward, and I believe if I look into their bracket, they will be playing against MMHS. So I'm not sure which high school that is. Maybe it's Monkey Man High School. I'm not sure, whichever the MM. But we do have more on the way. Not just Valorant, some Super Smash Brothers will also be forthcoming. We'll tell you what it's going to be all about right after this short break. Join us for more of the October Spin Showcase in just a moment.
Led to some regrettable trolling. But here, Brightspeed got me set up with reliable fiber internet that works everywhere. Man, I'm good.
Move to Brightspeed Fiber Internet and switch to the bright side.
The weak Wi-Fi at my led to some regrettable trolling. But here, Brightspeed got me set up with reliable fiber internet that works everywhere. Man, I'm good.
Move to Brightspeed Fiber Internet and switch to the bright side.
Welcome back, everyone, to the October Spin Showcase, as presented by Spin. It's Stay Plugged In. And of course, I'm still Ham Monkey Man alongside Nerdy Bird. As we get into our next matchup, we are flipping the tables, and so might you, depending on the matchups, as we go from Valorant into Super Smash Bros. Ultimates. And we're going to the West Coast. We're going to get to see some upper finals, some grand finals, some cool stuff. But Nerdy Bird, of course, big brackets, got to become smaller brackets. We're in the upper finals here for the West.
Yeah, so we can take a look exactly as what's going on. So let's follow this upper storyline here. We've got Flump taking on DJ, and then Flump ends up being victorious and going on to fight against Random, winning out there, and then moving on to upper finals. It's Zebra taking on Flump. We can see how Zebra got here. Zebra ended up going against, I'm gonna say Andal. Or actually, I think it's Andalils or something like that. I apologize. Ends up being victorious there, and then takes on. Y'all really got some creative names here. We're gonna call you 07.
Yeah, I think there's some kind of CSHR enthusiast. I don't know what those first things are. Maybe they're an enthusiast about being a cashier. I don't know, something to that level. But that one was actually a really tight matchup. It came down to a game number 5, and we got some extra, creds on the street to be able to know exactly what happened. Apparently, Zebra walked in with the Kirby and got slapped around a bit by too much Pyramithra, and then when it was too hot for him, they switched to the plant. And usually in Pokemon, the plant's worst to fire, but they ended up taking that middle dub in game number 3, and instead of sticking with it, enthusiasts switched to the cloud and lost in a reverse sweep. So Zebra had to sweat their way through. Flump winning in a game 4 over Random Rabbi, and now we get to see how this matches up. Possibly an Incineroar, if hearing the rumblings, and maybe from what you said, maybe a Steve. What do you play into that if you're either seeing a Kirby or a Piranha plant that comes out of the other side?
Well, just to quote one of the very good Smash casters that I know, it's not about there is no direct one type of playstyle is better than the other playstyle. It is understanding how to produce and condition the other player to make sure that your playstyle with your fighter is the one that's going to be victorious. Now, Flump, I've seen on Steve, we've seen on Incineroar. There could be some Piranha Plant versus Piranha Plant. Zebra, I do anticipate starting out on Piranha Plant. I feel like with Piranha Plant, you want to play inside your own poison cloud sometimes, take away the line of sight as to when you're opting to do some damage. We talked about Spike Ball and getting Spike Balled over and over again during our interim break before we got into this. And also we talked about the devastation that is Incineroar coming in with that command grab, and we're going to have Incineroar, that is Flump, taking on Zebra Shark, who's rolling back out on the Kirby. Now, at least Zebra Shark has demonstrated up until this point willingness to swap if things don't go well on Kirby. We'll have to see how this first one goes, as an attempted grab does not work out, and it's going to be Zebra Shark getting the first one and also going to be sucking in and absorbing Incineroar. So now we get to copy some of those moves.
Kind of a mid-heavy matchup versus the guy that never goes to the gym in the form of Kirby. Kirby is so versatile, and of course is going to be living a little bit longer because the big old cat got to be able to get the paws on the gumball, and instead they are getting up to 126%, all the way to nothing, 0 to die, baby, and Zebra Shark untouched.
The edge guard coming out from Zebra Shark is ridiculous. I mean, opting to go for the spike downward, using Spike Ball themselves is, grotesque off the ledge, and knowing that they could get back up using their up B was kind of gross. We have finally taken damage now, but Zebra still has yet to swap out of being Incineroar because we've not been thrown off the map yet. We've not seen a successful, there was an attempt at the command grab coming from an Incineroar. Instead, we're just going to go with our standard side hit.
Wow, just a quick launch as well. I mean, they're just continuing to punish them with their own move. Wearing the Incineroar hat, finally being able to get at least one good haymaker as they throw him into the ropes, and then that up B to be able to get that recovery. It really has been just a great understanding of how much movement they can get, especially out of their special moves. Quick jump to be able to dodge that grab, and this is just how much can you be able to jump over one's shoulder and just get beyond them? Now they're going to be able to get this big throw, and then that's enough damage to get the completion, but you're already at 121%. You're basically a full stock out.
For Zebra, that's a free 144%. Tries to go for the edge guard, can't find it. Also, they're trying to gimp each other. This is risky gameplay, truly, especially because Cinnaroar's recovery isn't that good in comparison to Kirby's. So I feel like if you're going to edge guard, honestly, it should be Kirby doing it. We go for the down B, and we have to go back for the up B for the recovery. No one gets gimped, thankfully, but we're getting dangerously close to gimping one another on that ledge. Flomp is going to be the first one to go down to a single stock. Again, zeroed by Zebra Shark.
Completely out, just like my cell phone after going to a con. Yeah, all the time. I never bring one of those extra chargers. I feel like, you know, new age technology. Maybe someday I'll invest. Up B to be able to make the connection, get themselves safely onto center stage, and this is just a lot of bullying right now by Zebra. They definitely came out with a strong presence in their previous semifinal matchup, and Pyramithra is a little bit too much speed. This one, they get the lariat and are able to hand it straight into the cleft of that elbow. And so now you're seeing the catch-up happening, and Flomp not acquiring too much, but 85% will be tough if this one ends up going the right way.
We have the absorb into the command grab.
Okay.
Finally, Flomp ending a life for Zebra Shark with sub 100% damage taken. Granted, yes, as I'm talking about it, we go right to that 100%, but instantly comes in, gets one grab, but was the DI good? It was not good, and Flomp goes off the map. That is game number 1 going to Zebra Shark.
It was commanding from the very start. As soon as they were able to get handles, it was basically who got first grips on the other player, and a lot of great execution and speed out of Zebra Shark. So they do get game number 1. This is best of 5 territory, and it felt like it was always catch-up mode for the side of Flomp. Now, you talked about, you know, having the depth of roster, and you said it really doesn't matter, you know, there's no, you know, rock, paper, scissors completely. I agree. I play Mr. Game & Watch, shout out. But walking into this, I feel like we have to walk away from the Incineroar maybe earlier than later.
Especially because considering, I mean, Zebra Shark was unsuccessful on Kirby in their previous series, but then came back, is still opting to play Kirby, showing that that is probably their main squeeze. We have to respect the Kirby pick, and Incineroar being a heavy or a mid-heavy, depending on who you talk to, I feel like is not going to work out well against Kirby. The edge guarding that we try to do on Incineroar is risky business, to say the least. I mean, your type of recovery that you have is pennies in comparison to the type of recovery that Kirby has. I mean, you've got float plus your up B if you need it, whereas with Incineroar, I'm pretty sure the only real recovery you can get is if you can get a command grab and then follow it up with an up B, because you can pull yourself far enough to one side that basically the V shape that you make, the inverted mountain shape, will land you back on stage, but it's hard to pull that off. And I digress. We're still sticking with Flomp on this Incineroar, coming in against Zebra Shark's Kirby.
Adding the Zebra to the Kirby kind of works out. And in opposite of what happened in game number 1, it's going to be some early damage here by Flomp with a fantastic recovery. They immediately get the suck, and they're going to be able to get that extra little bit of cat ears on top as well. And those up Bs are landing much more often as the Wind Blade is able to find the full force connection of this giant wrestling cat, and they fantastically just able to shield away. Oh, separation, a lot of damage on both sides.
We saw Flomp one time last round go for the absorb as opposed to trying to go for a command grab in that moment. I feel like if we go for that absorb just like on one of these specials from Kirby, we could theoretically parlay that absorb damage into a massive strike coming out from Flomp on this Incineroar, but of course you gotta land it perfectly. Now we use that up B once again to get on the ledge. Not trying to go for the off the edge guarding here from Flomp, taking a much safer route than what we saw earlier.
It actually turns into that first stock lead that we've been able to find since game number 1. Everything was give and chase and go, and you're talking about that mid-heavy. This is an Incineroar that can absorb quite a bit of damage. They got all the way up to about 180%, but if you're going to let them have a free strike to your belly button, well, Kirby's going to, well, take that every single time. That's about as tall as they are. So can this infinite black hole in the form of a basically jelly, gummy looking whatever it is be able to take on the big fighter cat? As we're all tied up at stock number 2.
Sticking close to just the ledge. I wonder if this is an attempt of conditioning coming out from Flomp to make Zebra Shark feel like they're safe playing. There we go. We got an absorb, but I don't think we're able to turn that around immediately. We do have the iframes available. We go for another command grab, the up B. We counter it slightly, but Zebra Shark still has recovery. Finally, we're starting to go for those edge guards, and this is where things get dangerous. Flomp did condition Zebra Shark this round to think we weren't going for edge guards at all off the side.
Yeah, and it's been just kind of freewheeling to be able to give them that same. They were underneath stage, and that's actually going to be Flomp that drops first. That counter, as you see Zebra Shark go flying northward, and instead both end up in the opposite V patterns. So now, Flomp in the pit of misery, but able to make a great volley of it. They catch up just fine off of that grab.
The tragedy was, it was exactly what I was talking about. The off-ledge guarding here to try and take care of Kirby was you have to land the command grab, but because Kirby had super armor during their up B, it took priority over the command grab, so we lost combo to get back on stage, and that was ultimately what cost Flomp their life. And now we're at 105% off the rip.
Oh boy.
Of damage from down B from Zebra Shark, though.
Oh!
Wait! Okay, Flomp, that was clean. The one spike move you have.
The only spike move that mattered at 115%, using that extra bit of rage, just that extra bit of damage, and they connect at the furthest point of that little bit of heal, and they go straight into that fragile jelly body of that Kirby. So it was, I think they were at what, maybe 20 or so % off of that connection, and what a stellar find there by Flomp, as they were set to actually go down 0-2, considering how much had been racked and stacked against them into their damage meter. Wow. It wasn't like a complete comeback because they actually had pushed them off first, but just seeing the difference right there in that final stock really showcased, especially you were talking about so much conditioning, because they were playing into those edges and it almost like they were giving those up B recoveries away for free to Zebra, but then they finally caught them.
They did, and that was so different than what we saw during map 1, where we did see Flomp actively challenging off the ledge. I do believe in Flomp was like, you know, we're gonna let you think you can get away with this, and we're going back to our Animal Crossing map here for game number 3. We are tied 1-aside, so we're in a best of 3 between these two. I'm still a little surprised that Flomp is sticking with the Incineroar, not because I'm saying it wasn't working, but because I know that Flomp has a little bit more depth to their fighting pool. And one thing I want to touch on, though, because I didn't touch on it earlier, is the rage meter, that hidden indicator of how much, like, the odds of your hits being more powerful in the game. Started with Lucario, kind of hold the whole point of Lucario's kit. But I feel like that definitely played into Flomp's success during the last game, and we might intentionally be letting our damage meter go up a little bit here.
Yeah, especially if you're able to hold it for being kind of that sort of heavy comparative against this Kirby. Why not? You can be able to weather the storm a little bit longer. Oh my goodness! Give them the claw! The cat is prowling and growling. And they take out Zebra Shark first. Wow, what a just stay at home. They did not let them get to that edge for free.
We do have a quick grab, trying to go in the air, but definitely for Incineroar, this is a weakened state, off ledge and in the air both, but there are a lot of fighters who will tell you that if you can take your disadvantage state and fight in that instance anyway, and that's where you want to fight, then go for it. It can be very powerful, but unfortunately, this is exactly why you got to be careful. We instantly get sent off the map as Incineroar, and Zebra Shark, 85%, we're tied as far as stocks go, but Flomp might be able to find some magic here. Got to bully Zebra out of frame.
Oh,
we ran out of jumps.
they had him running scared. Now, because they landed that down smash early in that previous game, they have him teased because they had usually been up being into that edge, and then otherwise they could either get a free grab or a little bit of extra damage before they got back to that corner. But they used both down and that side smash. So just consistently forcing them to have to think twice before they just act instinctually. Now Flomp at 102%, but this is about the same differential, if not just a little bit better for Flomp. Last time he was able to complete game number 2. You know what? I know why they haven't switched off Incineroar. They're trying to make Zebra blink first. And nice, good control. They're both fighting for center stage.
We had used our Absorb, but we did not end up using it and converting the power into an attack. And I think, just under the stage we managed to survive, but as I'm speaking about our surviving and getting back up on the stage, we ended up getting eliminated anyway. Incineroar goes for the burst, finds it. Down is going to just use their basic down. Goes for another absorb, expecting Kirby to come up, but does not time it properly. Still manages to find some extra damage nonetheless.
This is some attitude right now, just as they both kind of stood and stared, and now the back kick to get rid of Zebra. So Flump fumbles the first. But this Zebra is gonna have to earn its stripes as they have to go into game number 4. Do they keep with Kirby? Do we see a switch up to have someone switch off of what could presumably be their main? You got to think that that's a fantastic confidence point, depending on where we see Zebra decide to pivot. Do we rock and roll to possible Piranha Plant, or they simply got to execute better with this Kirby?
So I think Piranha Plant does provide a unique opportunity just because we can do things off character, i.e. like Spike Ball can be thrown. Also, you have, I don't know exactly what the move is called, but it is your side B, where basically you just extend. It's and so being able to do that is a little different, but I digress. I'm wrong. We're going to stick with the Kirby play nonetheless and on Incineroar again. Do I have any problems with this? No, but is the clothesline command grab combo painful and should not be able to just be done freely? Yeah.
It seems that they have a free pass on taking on this Kirby at this point in time, and Zebra Shark, they've been able to combo fairly decently into Flump. Oh. Okay, I knew some power was coming onto that back hit, but I did not realize that they would just simply disappear. Wow.
Well, Flump, 80, 104 is off screen for a moment. There's the down B from Kirby. But did we do it too far down? Nope, we're going to be able to use our up B. That Wind Blade coming in, keeping us alive. To his side, as far as our stocks go, we got one grab. Just using that side kick. Also, I need to point out, we had not seen a back air from Flump on Incineroar much at all, so that being the final nail in the coffin during the last game was kind of insane.
Ooh, I also like that we got the counter straight from the ropes, and again, it feels like these stock confirms are actually just not as powerful as they should be, and yet Zebra Shark has been falling out from them. Flump has taken advantage of the space and especially the damage they've been given, and they're not allowing them to get back to corner.
Yeah.
They're gonna take themselves out. This is for game 5 or the series. Zebra Shark needs to find this stock.
I mean, Zebra Shark pushed Flump off the ledge far enough that that up B was not going to save them. And that's what we were talking about in, I think, our second series was just, oh, Zebra Shark, Zebra Shark. I have enough anxiety as is. Please don't make it worse. We have the outburst from Flump. It pushed Zebra Shark away a little bit, but Zebra Shark immediately coming back in, trying to go for the down airs. I don't think it's going to find anything. And we just have the spin move coming out from Flump. Tries to go for the absorb, doesn't find it, and forward air. But the DI is good. Zebra Shark saves themselves from destruction. And we have another one. Back to back is kind of difficult.
You either die to the heel or to the knee. Choose your joint of preference. I don't think a heel is a joint. Whatever. I didn't pass anatomy anyway. But this one will be the first one down for Zebra, and the rest going over the side of Flump. Flump has walked into our spin showcase as the West Coast's #1 seed for a reason, and they posted up with Incineroar and never looked back. That one is so much closer, but I feel like they were just kind of waiting for especially some of those just kind of those side attacks. And even though you're finding good combos from Zebra's Kirby, they eventually just kind of weathered them, found a good grab, and all the edge guard and the presence there, they were able to kind of post up and shut up Zebra at the end.
It was getting close. Zebra, I think, started to do some risky things off ledge, trying to bait our Incineroar, try to bait Flump to come off the side. It worked one time, and then you saw what happened. Zebra Shark just kept pushing Flump further and further away from the ledge, so the up B or command grab combo wouldn't work out to get back on the ledge. And after that occurred, Flump was like, okay, that's it. I am just going to hit you as hard as possible. We might see some of those hard hits here in this replay between these two players. I do anticipate that spike that we saw in game 2 might be in this highlight reel, but nonetheless, we'll see the initial elimination on Incineroar with that down spike ball.
Yeah, that game 1 was all Zebra for a hot minute. And then Flump, there it is, bringing in a nice meteor strike, sending them down into that lower death blast zone. And this one ended up finding its way just so much into Flump's corner, very much controlling, and it was all about how they just kind of reinitiated this being the final straw and draw that nice DI to give them an extra chance, but it was just so they could change the way that it eventually would lose.
So there's a move in one character that does in particular. It's Captain Falcon, and it's his knee hit, but there's two forms of it. Apparently, if you hit it on the first frame, it's a weak knee, and if you hit it on the last frame, it's a strong knee. So I want to know. I need to ask my Falcon player in the household, like, hey, does Incineroar have a similar knee hit? Because it looked like that might have actually been a strong knee because we had the zoom in and it was a smash. I want to know. I'll have to ask him during the break.
It all depends on which knee pad you're able to use. Able to use some extra momentum and some extra impact, but we're going to be seeing what players will make an even bigger impact after this break. Even more Valorant and Super Smash Bros. Here for the October Spin Showcase in just a moment. Welcome back, everyone. It's time for another rendition of the October Spin Showcase. Again, I'm Hail Monkey Man alongside Nerdy Bird, and we're going into our next matchup. We have gone from West Coast, and then we decided to take a, 5-hour flight? I forgot how long it takes to get there. But East Coast time, baby! East Coast, Beast Coast, West Coast, Best Coast, I don't know. Let's talk about the bracket. We are not going to be in the upper winners finals this time around, though. We are going to be going over to one of our semifinals, but this matchup is, it's going to be a smash fest, I would have to say, based off what we were talking about in the green room.
Yeah, so we're looking at Dragon Beast as well as your fave 0973. And from what we know, thankfully, these players have given us their past performances. Thank you so much. We appreciate y'all for doing that. There's a theoretical chance that we could see Donkey Kong taking on Lil Mac for this matchup, at least in the beginning. We might see some Banjo-Kazooie thrown in there. We'll have to wait and see. But if we do that, it is going to be a fist-for-fist matchup between these two players.
Yeah, this one, who's gonna be leveling up the best? Level 6, is that your top of the key? I don't know, but level 6 is bringing it against Nelson 88, and it's literally Mike Tyson's Punch Out, depending on if they really and truly do bring the Donkey Kong versus Lil Mac, and Lil Mac can be able to bring those KO punches, and they're gonna need that kind of versatility to take out the heavy, the grappler that is Donkey Kong, if that ends up being what our matchup is. We're all guessing. No, we were liars.
Mario?
Okay, so yeah, so Dr. Mario, is this the battle for whenever you do the weigh-in and the doctor has to clear you for being good for the fight?
I guess so. And I don't think Lil Mac is here to actually want to have Dr. Mario tell them if they can get cleared. Keep in mind, Lil Mac, our recovery here for Lil Mac is not nearly anywhere as good as Dr. Mario, or for the matter of fact, almost any other fighter in the game. So we're predominantly playing for middle of platform here, and we do have our KO ready, but we go for it and we don't hit it. But off the ledge, we do manage to get one smack. We try to recover, and now I believe we're too far. We accept our fate.
Yeah, that's about exactly what I've seen Lil Max do. In fact, shout out over to one of our awesome casters in the community named Septilence. He was telling me all about how Lil Max pretty much suffer if it comes to having to leap more than about one single stride. Good luck. But when it goes into just getting straight B-specialed up into the blast zone, well, goodbye, Dr. Mario. But Doc Nelson, they're going to try and bring this one forward. And from what our production is telling us, this is actually maybe like a very low percentage time that Nelson has used Doc Mario. So maybe they're getting experimental early in the series.
Perhaps they didn't like the initial idea of taking on Donkey Kong versus Lil Mac, or wanted to use this as an opportunity to see what Lil Mac could bring to the table, at least in the hands of level 6. Unfortunately for level 6, though, well, actually, no. For Nelson, we're struggling against level 6. We use our KO punch again, unfortunately unsuccessful. We do finally get thrown off the map. No good DI input on that one to save us. We are going to get shielded once. The follow-up punch does land. The recovery off of ledge also is good for Nelson. Nelson trying to do some stuff here on the upper ledge is not going to make it up there. We opt to drop the shield, and it looks like level 6 is going to get bullied just a little bit before returning the favor.
Yeah, the majority of this fight is going to be so short. Just CQC. Oh my goodness. It's still not going to be able to get the confirm near smash. They're going to try and at least drop one. Maybe just hit at the pills. And again, a step too far. Several body links to beyond recovery. So Nelson gets themselves a great first step. And you gotta wonder, because as soon as you have that major separation from, especially off of the stage, with Lil Mac unable to have that major recovery, you're fighting against Mario that can be a bit abusive and is also fighting into that, not even a grapple that we thought that would be with DK, but just straight up brawling. And if you're getting out brawled by the doctor, well, maybe you switch it up. But I feel like they're Lil Mac for a reason. They've been used to this before.
So Lil Mac, I feel like, has the most weakened states out of all type of fighters that are available. Even Min Min, who's from the same game franchise, I feel like doesn't experience as much weakening as Lil Mac does, which is basically anything that is off the main platform, Lil Mac starts to struggle with. You cannot fight off the ledge. You have one jump recovery. Your up B is not going to be strong enough to get you back on stage. If you don't land your KO punch, you have to therefore do enough damage or receive enough damage to find it, and that is players where you're actually able to smash someone off of mid. So like when you're playing as Lil Mac, you've got someone who literally has projectiles. Dr. Mario can use projectiles to keep you off the ledge, push you further off. Akin to what we saw from Kirby with Incineroar earlier, this means you are chronically fighting for mid control, and that kind of sucks.
Yeah, you're always trying to be able to be in the center of the ring and can never really push them to the ropes. So how does level 6 recover? Oh, and all the way to the extent trying to get that recovery to just get a single little piece of the glove. But apparently that green suit means they've been completely chroma keyed out. And so now 120% though, Nelson has some extra bonus damage, but they take one of the glass jaw.
Finally managed to land a couple hits in, and we're gonna go with our up tilt. Unfortunately, I don't think it's gonna be enough in this instance. I really do think Dr. Mario has this matchup in the bag, even though yes, we're tied one aside. We've got the KO punch. We managed to go for the recovery. We bait out the initial punch from Mario. We're back in the middle. This is where we've seen that up B work out really well for level 6. But Nelson, their goal, push you to the ledge, keep you out of that center zone. This is where Little Mac is not, at a deficit. We get the parry, not once, not twice, but 3 times between these two players. Neither one actually finding connection thereafter. But yeah, there we go, carrying him up into space.
Trying to be able to get the world record 4th Black Flash to get away from him. Shout out my JJK players, but to everyone else, this is just business as usual right now. Level 6, they still maintain a stock lead. They have 122%, some extra bonus damage, and that could be just enough to separate themselves from Nelson. Over the top haymaker. They bring the Superman punch to be able to end this one. And this is all of a fist fight here, Nerdy Bird. And the coach is cheering for a reason. That was a great recovery. We're tied.
All right, I really thought Dr. Mario had this one in the bag, but instead we were playing exactly into Little Mac's hands, which there wasn't a lot of conditioning taking place from our Lil Mac player of level 6. It felt like Lil Mac made it very obvious. Level 6 was like, I want to fight for middle and carry you into the air from here. That's it. And Mario kept allowing level 6 to do that. Now, was Nelson trying to go for the long con, anticipating that this would be the game plan for game 2? I don't really know. Are we going to swap off of Dr. Mario? Maybe in lieu of that, throw in the Banjo-Kazooie, throw in the Donkey Kong at this point, perhaps, because I don't think Nelson anticipated losing game number 2 as quickly as we did.
Yeah, that was actually very surprising how they just were biding their time, and it felt like so much was really kind of hinging on the concept of baiting into that uppercut, which was really their kill confirm, their main stasis for finding victory. They were able to get it from left side, and wow, we are 13 seconds into game 3, Nerdy Bird, and we already see the first stock gone.
Yeah, and we go into a grab combo as well from Nelson, but immediately it looks like level 6 saw it coming, was not going to let that combo be used twice on them again. Instead, brings Mario to that upper platform, and the uses that uppercut once again, sending them into space. So we have one circumvent the other, but here's that grab combo again, not once, but twice, and now Little Mac's off the stage, not far enough. We attempt to go for the grab, but it's too soon. We also have this KO punch ready to go. We haven't seen it landed. We go for it. Unfortunately, we lose it after taking too much damage. Now Nelson doing what Mario can do and against Little Mac off the ledge, but because we made contact, we have extra recovery. Level 6 is doing great.
Yeah, they're doing fantastic. They have an extra chance here, and they're trying to end this series now. They've been trying to showcase, well, actually, they'll be able to get themselves at least on the match point, so it wouldn't be completely done. They've been so good about really getting into these more advantageous positions, to be able to use that whirlwind uppercut, and now they've got him on the ropes. Fantastic jab combo, and now Nelson is chasing, but he catches him on the back smash, and that's going to be at least 74% of bonus damage, but exactly the way he's ended it before. Level 6, they get the match point.
All right, respect where it's due. If you're able to play Little Mac against someone who can directly play off the stage, like Mario, Puff, Jiggly, I'll even argue Piranha Plant can, as easily as those characters can, and you're willing to play Little Mac against these characters, my hat's off to you. I do think, as I mentioned during our break period a little bit, that I've seen a bit more Little Mac when it comes to Smash Tournament gameplay because of the Japan Regional, where there was a Little Mac player who did very well. even despite the lack of recovery, if you're able to fight and condition for middle stage, you can do phenomenally well. But it does come down to not letting players have throw combos on you. And we do know that there are some characters that have disgustingly long, almost borderline unbreakable combos unless you edge yourself out of them, i.e. yes, I'm talking about Kazuya. So perhaps we'll see a change up. We won't see Dr. Mario because right now, Lil Mac, we're at series point.
Spoken like a true Kazuya enjoyer. All of you should know what Nerdy Bird happens to play. So yeah, walking into this as a Kazuya enjoyer, I mean, you probably have played against your collection of Lil Max. So I mean, walking now with Nelson on this Mario, this is the change up that I was thinking about. Actually,
gosh.
No, wait, hold on. They went away from the Mac. Whoa!
Yes! Show me the Piranha Plant. Give me the Spike Ball. Yes!
All right, you're gonna need some extra poison ivy to be able to walk your way through this one. Maybe a resistance to the exact same as Piranha Plant was gonna make it a difficult life to live, and you know, with advantage too, because they've got match point right now. Why not experiment?
I mean, I think this is the ultimate power move, truly. But unfortunately, we Poison Cloud twice. We bait Dr. Mario, but Dr. Mario sees it coming. We both go for our spins. It's just I think Nelson hit theirs first, managed to be more successful. There's the Spike Ball. We hit the Poison Cloud, we go inside of it. Are we going for another Spike? No, we're not. We come out, we go for a grab combo, and we set out another Poison Cloud. Spike Ball does not land.
To be able to just bait and switch, create some of these nice little trap zones, especially because you have Spike Ball as well as that poison, just to be able to have to walk into. So that makes recoveries a little bit more methodical and calculated. It could actually slow down the game for Nelson, and that's exactly what level 6 is able to take advantage of. They do have that build-up, and if you want to walk into that, that's going to be a lot of tracking damage that ends up just forcing an AoE to have to be kind of accounted for. You find that Spike Ball one more time. Oh, a little bit of struggle bus right now, though, here for level 6 as they dodge the pill. Good recovery. They try to at least negate any extra damage, to at least get some level of bullying, but they're 106%, and both aiming for a grab. Can't quite grab it.
I also need to give a shout out to level 6 because on these ledges, yeah, we're opting to throw out this Spike Ball, which kind of gives us a little bit of extra safety to prevent Dr. Mario from just having our way with us and coming back for a ledge guard. But we're just, again, Nelson's doing exactly what we saw Lil Mac doing, which is conditioning for that mid control, not opting to go for off the ledge type of edge guarding. But it looks as though level 6 is prepared for it, takes their time getting back up, just waits out Nelson to fall off the map. We're on our last stock, but 150%. That rage meter is heavily favoring our Piranha Plant, but we're also so fragile at this point.
I mean, we're fragile, but they're hanging on to it like they're made out of Incineroar type of stuff. Throwing the Spike Ball, trying to be able to break through much more of that shield. They put a Poison Cloud in the middle of the map, trying to be able to steal space away. Nearly 200% is level 6, and they're basically acting like a level 200, and this is a beginner level for the side of Nelson. Throws him away, gives up his life, and able to confirm in game 4.
I mean, if you're up a stock, you're confident in your edge guard, which Piranha Plant I feel like has strong off-platform edge guarding. Why not go for it? Why not? Like, that was disgusting.
That was wonderful. That was a treat for all of us. And considering that they had the advantage after playing into basically the clinch with Lil Mac, and they come out with the Piranha Plant, an unmoving Dr. Mario, I was thinking that maybe Nelson was going to be the switch up. Instead, level 6 taking themselves a ride, and they do it just fine. So they get it 3-1 before the upper finals. I love that adaptation we got to see right there at a level 6.
I think, honestly, that's the most power move of power moves you can pull out in Smash, which is, okay, I have made you think that this is how I want to play for the entirety of the series, but guess what? I'm going to swap to Piranha Plant, or I'm going to just swap to a very different playstyle, someone that can actually go off the ledge, play off the ledge. Like, the whole point of that kit is to go for this off the ledge stuff. Was absolutely beautiful.
And we're going to see some replays of how beautiful it was. You're going to think, oh, hey, Dr. Mario all the time? Yeah, we're going to the doctor's office. Let's check out how this series all panned out. And initially, it felt like we were playing directly into the hands of level 6, but it was also some early dealings by Nelson that kept him on the ropes for a while.
I mean, Dr. Mario is great, but Lil Mac was putting on a clinic as to why, even if you have a lot of weak position, or weak states that are produced because of the state of the game, you're still able to come out victorious despite that if you know your character's strengths. We said this earlier. It's the idea that there is no true counter picking. There is playing to your fighter's strengths and identifying how to make the game bend to your will.
Oh, what a great burial at bottom blast zone, as they were able to just spike them away. No one able to get back up, and it didn't matter. You knew you had a stock advantage and you were able to take it through. So a great second matchup here in Smashville, but we're going to see what the other side of this break is going to hold. More Super Smash Brothers, more Valorant, and more of the October Spin Showcase right after this.
weak Wi-Fi at my old place led to some regrettable trolling. But here, Brightspeed got me set up with reliable fiber internet that works everywhere. Man, I'm good.
Move to Brightspeed Fiber Internet and switch to the bright side.
The weak Wi-Fi... at my old place led to some regrettable trolling. But here, Brightspeed got me.
are. Welcome in to the October Spin Showcase. We're gonna get live and loud back into it. Of course, I'm Hell Monkey Man alongside Nerdy Bird as we just got through a double sesh of some Super Smash Brothers. Now it's time to shift back over to Valorant as everyone is trying to progress through today's showcase. Make sure you take a look at all the players as they come up. They could be very well recruited to you and your program in the future. And Nerdy Bird, we've had no lack for talent today. Some adaptations, some versatility, but I think we also question mark to production if we have a bracket to lead up into this as well. Because Valorant, it was a 13-0 earlier. I think we're looking for a little bit better of a performance this time around.
Yeah, so that squad that got that 13-0 was, I want to say my brain is already broken and I have forgotten. But we'll look at really where we are. We're in the quarterfinals here. We've got 4 matches happening, and specifically the match we're looking at is at the very bottom of the rung here. It's Serial versus Gorillas in the Mist. So both these teams, you mentioned, having someone to keep an eye out on. Both these teams have someone who won a LAN event in the last 365 days. And that is, we have Reach from Serial, who won the Spin Ole Miss LAN. And then Yav from Gorillas in the Mist won the Connecticut LAN last year. Oh, yes, it was Cooper Valorant who won the first match on broadcast. And we had a player who was, and if this player has not already been scouted, hopefully people start scouting, because 32-0 in Valorant is disgusting. I'm sorry, but the odds of that occurring are ridiculous, and wowza.
Yeah, it was a little bit nuts, but also to speak that maybe that was also a one-off venture. They did 13-0, they went 32-0 in that particular match. Well, then MMHS for the Mira Mesa beat them 13-1. So you give what you get what you give. Kind of thing. But we move on. We are not on Ascent this time around. We're on the second oldest map in the entire game in the form of Bind. And Bind, it changes a little. We make doors wider. Boxes get replaced somewhere else. It's just like me trying to pretend that I'm ever actually decorating my house. But looking at what we have in particular to this, it's all about movement and then quickly how you can stop it, especially as we get locked into one of our ciphers.
All right, so I'm going to look at all of the attacker squad because we have this fully locked in. Reyna, our engager, our duelist, the full blind capabilities. Then we also got, by the way, Baby Brian, if you are not actually live on Twitch at least once a week, you should take the TTV out of your name, because I cannot count how many times I have literally seen a player with TTV, gone to their TTV page, and then seen that they haven't been live in like a year and a half. We'll find out later on, though, if you've been live recently. But let's look at these compositions. Also, the fact that we've got the kitty banner. Respect. I feel like the Cypher players, basically, you get to get posted up on one site. Most likely over on A to start, and then maybe on occasion you go over to B site. But you're going to start out on that A site. And no, never mind. I'm talking backwards. We want to start on this B site when you're Cypher. I feel like the Cypher cages and your tripwires basically make it so no one ever wants to go to that site, and then eventually you get bored and you go over to A site. Also, I do anticipate Sky to be hawking down A main into A lobby towards that fountain, specifically because we get confirmation of whether or not people are there. As soon as you find out they're not, at least in these early rounds, it's a fast rotation to the opposite site.
Aim Lord Master also, by the way, for everyone, is Reach that we had mentioned before that won the Connecticut, rather the Ole Miss LAN. So if you want to be able to keep your eyes on a particular player, there they will be as an attacking Cypher. And the difference in here in terms of total composition, double controller versus your double duelist, and they are attacking as if it were a mosh pit over towards Truck. Oopsie daisies for Tass. They end up banking that one off of a near side corner wall, but it was a party in Ubin just next to Lamps. My goodness. And we've already gone down 2-3.
Yeah, multiple X's over near U-Haul. We have rounding outside of Tetris. It's KC finding the final elimination. Also is going to be able to get the defuse because that Viper's Pit takes a lot of ult points. So we're not surprised that that Jan, one of our LAN winners as well, is giving over that defuse ult point to their teammate.
Looking at how you want to kind of set up for, I guess, making things difficult early on. You have your double controller, you have both the Brim and the Viper. Viper, I don't know. I've seen people kind of come and go away from having her onto this map, and yet they're still so universally effective. I don't know why you fade away so hard, but I don't know. There's a lot more clove activity and recency, and same thing. You keep Brim all the time, so I love them as like just a proactive as well as entire map effective and impactful type of controller. So kind of surprised that Zero doesn't have them, but it seems they want to act much more assuredly into this attack. And well, KC able to get rid of Baby Brian from the sky.
Look, the thing I will say about Omen and Clove versus Viper, and while we have this minor lull, is Baba Boo gets sent to their sleepy time for a little moment, is Viper util can't get moved. That's the thing that makes it kind of deal breakers. If you mess up, you can't get it back. And that's going to be all of the 3 remaining players there for Serial falling. That's 2 rounds in favor of Gorillas in the Mist.
So you're saying just get good then, right?
Well, let me say it less insulting.
Okay,
you
all
have
right.
to get really good at predicting where people are going to go if you want. But yes, there are standard positions to put your smokes, your poison, the toxic screen and poison orb. Like, yes, there's standard places to put those. Don't get me wrong. However, there are the players that want to be more dynamic when they're using the controller utility, and so with that, you present yourself with the, okay, I'm gonna late put down util, which means you don't have to play so much the standard protocols, air quotes is really what they're referred to as for your Valorant player. But you have to play with the dynamicism, you have to play more prediction, I feel like, and that's where Viper gets a little bit more painful, whereas with Omen and Clove, it's like, I'm gonna place this here, oh, it regens, I'm gonna place it here this time, place it here this time.
More or less forgiving these days. Poison Orb, shout out. The Devourer will come through. That's gonna help top him up and give him a little bit of a light shield, but Aim Lord Master, that is in fact reach. And it's just a bunch of spray and pray as KC took on CQC and said, hey, cool, I got a stinger bet, let's go. Running it down on the short steps. But now as they smoke off heaven, this plant goes down for Serial, trying to break up this bonus of the Gorillas in the Mist. Some extra HP to be able to fill up the top-up bars, and they are holding down here close in lamps.
Double smoke drop down on top of LFT Taz. Gonna round into U-Haul. Does have util to clear, but also to use it. Lots of people posted up here. That's one falling. Roblox, our Cypher player, peeks into Cubby. I think there was a Valorant timing diff, so we didn't see that first one. One-on-one Cypher aggression. The Bulldog comes in strong for one, but not the other one.
So 3 end up surviving here for Serial. I need to know straight up. I'm not going to judge you, and I definitely am. Ready Bird, what is your favorite cereal, and or do you eat it at all? Need to know.
So, I don't typically eat cereal anymore, mainly because there's a lot of sugar in it.
Okay.
But when I did eat cereal, I loved Honey Bunches of Oats.
Oh, old people style. Let's go.
What?
Okay. That's all right. That's fine.
Called out.
It's a great middle of the road, not too sugary, sweet type of cereal. I dig it. I was a Cinnamon Toast fan, but that's because I'm basic. That's fine. Baby Brian, not being basic at all, as they're gonna just launch pad themselves straight into lamps, bringing the pain, immediately trading out a higher grade weapon from their judge. They're gonna use and try to be able to spray through this tight box as the boom box is going off, and Cereal's now getting very loud in this 3v3.
Guiding Light goes through. Taz trying to clear up by boxes. We are around Tetris currently, trying to get the Boombot over it. We will, which will force someone out of boxes, but I don't know for where there's one on Tetris, who clears out Heaven and clears out Backside.
Oh.
The flick is clean. That's Raze versus Raze aggression, but we're in a 2-on-1. And I remember Serial, this is their first full buy round. They've kind of managed to sustain this many, it sustained this much damage to the enemy team. And with that, Taz comes in with not a 1-piece, not a 2-piece, but a 4-piece combo technically, but 3 back-to-back and the defuse. We have that showstopper ready to go. That is Gorillas in the Mist posted up with a 3rd round win. Serial definitely probably a little bit broken. Most likely gonna have to opt for a bit cheaper option, maybe some Fruity Pebbles over some Honey Bunches of Oats for this next round.
Hey, you know, that Fruity Pebbles, I had to get used to those as well. That is just a boatload of sugar if you're looking for it. But that 4-piece comes with a 2 extra size, and one of them is in the form of a showstopper, and that's actually active on both sides of this map right now. Serial, I could see them actually activating a showstopper to, if they have to light buy up into this matchup, to kind of get themselves at least engaged. You find a pick from it. And that's exactly what's getting popped. So trying to be able to get in the early guiding light. And they may have just run through, but they actually have this from showers. Hoping to find anyone that's over in this lamp side. That's going to be a trade of Australians as the sky will go down. Shiakozy has to run away from this, and that is just a fast round. Gorillas in the Mist finding a limping Cereal, an empty bowl, and they will take this 4-1.
I really want to know, Gorillas in the Mist, is your name supposed to be a playoff of like Guerrilla Warfare in conjunction with like Village Hidden in the Mist, like your Naruto fans as well? I just need to know, or I need to like finally accept that I'm old after especially Monkey Man has come in and made old comments.
It's okay, we're all old here. That's fine. Yeah.
So I just gotta know what's the origin of the name. Cereal, I just get it. It's the most important meal of the day, and the easiest one to do is probably cereal in the morning.
What if they just were dyslexic and misspelled like serial killer type of, because they expect to get slays?
Concerned, considering we are 4-1 and your name's supposed to be Cereals and Serial Killer. That is an S.
Several other letters.
Yeah.
There's an I in there somewhere, I think. I don't know. I didn't pass English. Whatever. I just speak it.
Same.
Oh, that's fine. Wow. Okay, so these tight angles.
Swing.
Yeah. You've seen the Corvette swing. That's the Honda Civic swing.
It's my Nissan Cube swing.
Going
small turn radius.
Going 20 into 25, just to be safe.
Oh yeah, that's me. Oh, we dodged the guiding light, but unfortunately we got slightly blinded, so we did get the audio cue given over to the sky that we are here. Serial is down one player. Goes in the Mist as well. We heard the mass teleportation. Taz gonna go in through the TP late. There's no one lurking by TP by showers. We opt to hit that showstopper. Gorillas in the Mist. Now down another one. We get the trade. We get another one. That's Yav picking up a 3-piece. The showstopper did not get anybody. I love me some Guardian gaming, but unfortunately for Serial, the Guardian is not guarding their lifelines enough.
Yeah, you're not going to have the full auto that could at least provide you some suppressive cover. And Yav, shout out to that Connecticut land winner. They actually come up with a 3K, inflicting tons of damage from heaven. As Gorillas in the Mist have not been dissuaded at all from being efficient on these retakes. We've seen a few plants go off, and I feel like Serial really hasn't tested B to, I'd say, elongatedly. I don't even know if that's a word at this point, but they kind of see it. They see if they can get one single pick. They did operate a Banbao doing that on A, and so they shifted away from that B-long position. But I want to see if they maybe kind of tend to poke here, maybe at A and short, and then we could see that short rotation run back over to Hookah. But this place is fully locked down. They have not wanted to test this Cypher setup.
I mean, the issue that Cypher presents typically is circumvented by, arrays. You throw out Roomba, you use paint grenades, and you're fine. But we've got multiple people just outside U-Haul, so we're gonna hit that orbital strike, force them out. But Baby Brian gets a 2-piece, and Roblox followed up with the elimination onto that race. So we're in a 2v3. Theoretically, we can use this Neuro Theft, but in this close range, I don't know if we want to use it. We're still posted up default, same places we were before, except for that Brimstone's really far back, wanting to just throw the molly down onto the spike to prevent the defuse.
Use that boom bot. They're going to throw out some extra paint grenades, and so now with a secondary orbital strike used to try and hold this one, you go deep up, and now 311 gets rid of Roblox. If you can at least get this to half, might be able to go over the top of the box. Oh, they hold him off just enough to cat and mouse.
We have time.
There should be just enough time to get it done. Wow, what nerve by Taz to get this to 6-1.
Look, pros don't fake, and Taz was holding it. Like, until I see a little bit of ankle, maybe some knee, I am not letting go. And then once we saw that little shimmy shake around the corner, we identified that the Brimstone had pushed up, and we were going to take care of that. Now, Taz is over here on B site, which we've not seen from Taz thus far from Gorillas in the Mist starting out here. Maybe they're anticipating that Serial will finally opt to make the change and go over to the site instead. But no, it looks like all the protocols that Serial has are dedicated towards an A site commitment and a flood onto site. I do think you have the agents necessary. I mean, you've got Trailblazer, you've got Roombot, you've got paint grenades. You can clear out the tripwires. So perhaps we change things up. We do have Serial already losing both their duelists. We got 1 trade, 2 trades actually. So Gorillas in the Mist is only down, is actually equal as far as agents go to Serial now.
And Reach is able to find a 3K off of this. They're going to have a great at least into this 2v2, a pretty strong plant position, but you have Yuli that's setting up way far from Truck. They were completely separated. They were playing, I guess, long form, waiting for the paint shells and any kind of extra utility to come at them, but that just made them a sitting duck from heaven. So an easy 2-piece to get themselves back onto site, and I feel like Serial does about 70 to 80% of the work. And then just like any, C to B plus student, they forget to put their name on it. And that's their biggest mistake.
C to B plus student, wow. Wow,
sorry, am I calling out too many things today?
Yeah, I'll have you know, I had a pretty gosh darn decent GPA in high school. There was one exam where I straight up didn't put my name on it, but I realized I didn't put my name on it and ran back into the classroom at the end of the day. I was like, I didn't put my name on my test. And my teacher was like, just find it.
See, at least you're learning. So far, we've hit A several times. And the one time that we went up to B long, we ran away to teleporter. So, Serial trying to do this until the Gorillas run away. And I've seen long form conditioning like this. And it's do the same thing until, you're crazy about it. And we already have a back mid flank that's coming through if it happens. Shia Cozy able to find at least 2, and Serial's just locked at the door.
Ooh, we're gonna pressure into shower. Wow. Unfortunately, it doesn't really work out for us.
Not at all. Yuli with 1 extra from right around the corner. Baby Brian, they got at least a couple, and they've been running straight into these weapons. Oh, wow, what a bang. There, found a wallbang headshot by Roblox. Felt like that one was a rough buy in the first place by Serial. So, Gorillas in the Mist. This is actually one of those teams that's been kind of really productive, really successful in the majority of these spin showcases. So seeing them continue to kind of be that affluent really kind of speaks to it. And I mean, Casey and Taz, by the way, double digits, 11-5, 11-3 respectively.
I'm looking over here, though, at our other squad of Serial. They're struggling a little bit. 11 kills for 2 players, but we do have, I believe that's 8 kills for Baby Brian, so perhaps we facilitate our duelist here a little bit more for Serial. Plus, they have double duelists. You'd think that their space claiming would work out a little bit better. I'm not seeing these Leers be used, but finally, we're stopping you in the exact same thing. We launch ourselves into elbow, but we go in without intel and unfortunately get eliminated.
Trying to just run it down, play Titanfall. Oh boy, no, the molly right on top of their teammates. They have nowhere to hide, and yet that just motivates them to go out and fight faster. Slow walk, not gonna see anyone as the x-rays for us show they're on the other side of the wall. Roblox expecting at least someone to pressure in. This one looking like a good round, but we've seen the man advantage before for Serial. This one, quadruple that, 4v1 for Roblox. This is their little funnel, and this funnel is theirs. They get the first. Can they be able to take the swing? It's a nice cross, and they don't expect anyone to the right.
We didn't check our angles, unfortunately, so that allows Serial to capitalize on us not following through on our basics of Valorant. I feel like check those angles. I will say that every broadcast without fail when it comes to Valorant. That gives them their 2nd round win, and honestly, when you're struggling, and I do believe personally that when it comes to blind, it's a little bit more defender friendly. That is my personal opinion. I don't care if it's different from someone else's. I play controller, and therefore this is how I feel. At least on this map, I play controller. So, with that in mind, I do think if you're Serial, your goal is to get to 4 rounds. Finally, we're not committing once, but twice to the B site. Hopefully this time, they get the spike down and we lose less players. That was a huge issue last round.
Roblox. Oh, this is going to be the rivalry right now. Baby Brian and Roblox having to take each other on. Taz, if they go left unchecked. This game is all about who is hitting the fundamentals faster. Using the Seeker's gonna get the overgrowth, and Yuli's keeping everyone alive, especially when they check off of that double box just next to Iron Pipe. So, Serial finding repetition in the success, and they even use that boombot to side out where they are, and basically both Gorillas in the same pit.
4v2. Yob still has all of their overgrowth as their one remaining teammate falls. Can't heal ourselves. We're inside the smoke, and Yuli, oh, my voice just cracked. Apologies. Gets the 2-piece to end the round.
You were calling for at least the 8-4, a reasonable fixture, very presumably. But what has gone on? I mean, we went to B twice. Say nay thrice if we can. Should they swing back to A?
Honestly, you can swing back to A at this point in time. You've made them believe that you want to go B site. You've had 2 successful pushes on B site. It works. But in my opinion, you go for the default. You make presence on B known first, so that you start the force rotation to get the last remaining player off of B site, and then everyone else floods into A. Are we doing that? No, we're going for a flood execution onto B site, most likely got a double blast pack into elbow once again, but we won't be met with a Cypher. We'll actually be met with Casey, who's here inside of Garden with the judge, ready to send you as judge, jury, and executioner back to spawn.
Oh, and look how they're supposed to protect them, going for the ult orb, and instead, both will be executed by just the giants, the slew of slugs being thrown at you. Not the kind that are on my window, but the kind that put you into a casket. So, Serial with 2, they're backing away, realizing that their 2-man split on either end is getting caught out, and you have a 3-man venture in front of you on B. So, I like that they actually haven't completely given up on B. They're going to navigate around this garden potential, and if they maybe can get a pick, they might still walk it in, but it also makes everyone from Gorillas and Mist think about possibly rotating.
I don't know. Gorillas, they ain't moving. They've got one player posted up there, says, I haven't heard anything, plus our Viper just took damage. They know. We're going to use that Molly, try to deter them out of garden. We have the opportunity to teleport, and it looks like our Raze is anticipating that and is there. Raze is ready just inside shower here for these 2 to come through. We're going to throw the Leer, but it's behind both Leers. We swing too close to the sun, and unfortunately, it's just our Cypher who's going to put up our Cyber Cage to try to keep ourselves alive, limit the line of sight on us. We take a hit, we use the Neuro Theft. We know someone is Heaven. We know one is U-Haul. Where is the 3rd person? Well, the answers are also near U-Haul.
It's a triangle of... Oh, triangle of death, but you at least take out one Vertice. The other was set to swing. The KC, just like they've been pretty much good for the entirety of this matchup, they find a 3rd. Now you have to start really bringing out your voodoo dolls and believing in curses. I hope someone is a friend of a witch, because you got to hex this squad if you want to take it up with Serial. But like one of our biggest brains of Valorant has said in the last few minutes, this map, by opinion, and maybe by statistic, could be defensively minded, and I would tend to agree at times, especially when you see this kind of concept. But we got double smokes, we got double duelists. The double duelists didn't really work, and it's mostly because they didn't find those picks to enter.
And we weren't comboing our duelist utility with entry utility, which is what we saw very heavy-handedly over on Ascent in our previous game. It really does. If you're gonna have double duelists, you either facilitate one another, or your initiator has to facilitate you, and then you initiate in, allowing your team to flood in behind you after you get that entry pick, or you get information. But we're going in a lot of these instances, and we're putting ourselves literally inside of our own team smokes, where we're trying to get the enemy team to back off, to claim the space and slow down a little bit, then re-get our cooldowns and go further. So hopefully we're... Oh, we got baited. Oh, we're getting baited. Oh. We got baited so hard just now. Saw one person made noise on A site, and I'm pretty sure it was that Viper wall and maybe a spy cam. And
just an overt step towards util being placed. And we also have a disconnect. So, you know, this round's a little scuffed in its same capacity. But I mean, you have over rotations. You think, okay, this is exactly what's going to be going down, and this also comes down to conditioning. Because you could I've seen teams literally just put this tuck screen setup the entirety of a match and then never run A. It makes you crazy. Very quiet though.
Oh, the spy cam that can overlook B long drives me insane because it's hard to get sometimes. But we're getting our smokes ready. We've already thrown in a paint shell, but the issues now is we're taking so long. 3 people have rotated. However, the rest of our squad, this is a bait and switch. We looked like we were going to go A, and then we looked like we were going to go B, and now we're back on A, and we've got that elimination. We confirm it. We dropped the smokes over on B side to bait them a little bit more, but ultimately, we hit the TP. We're back on site. Spike is going down in the last 6 seconds. This is a team that has slow push protocol. I love it, but I also hate it. I'm very impatient, even as a caster.
Never fight Nerdy Bird with floaties and Smash, and never take your time in Valorant. Or do the opposite. Do those things. As everyone now kind of zooms onto site, trying to be able to just flood on in. Serial only drops a couple. Giacozy finds them from off angle. That plant is going through. It's still got a little bit of time. They're fighting just around this double box situation, and Serial will find a nice retake. It was actually at the hands of Reach that it was able to start off first, and Yuli on that follow. That was, you know, as calculated as it was from the Gorillas in the Mist, just double faking the whole time and making Serial really, you know, antsy. They still took it just fine.
Serial is at the 4-round mark. This is what I want to see. We're also getting the buy round. This is, I feel like, their first official, like, real opportunity to buy how they want to buy. We've got a Marshall. We've got, I think I saw a Stinger or a Spectre, but I saw some Bulldogs too. So we're going for the one-hit wonder in the form of the headshot from the Marshall. But also, we've got the power of the Bulldog on our side, which is great to go into bonusing rounds with. Now we're going to use this guiding light. Should confirm that there's people there, but somehow no one... Oh, wait, no. We're looking on the other side where everyone is at. But the Marshall... Actually, I think I might have Outlaw, yeah. Getting a 2-piece. Get the 3-piece.
Wow. The anti-eco Slayer absolutely brutalizing in the form of a 140 HP cannon shot. Taz is going to try and land out a bit of a dual Wild West style in this 1v5. Doesn't want to allow a flawless to happen. Can they walk away with something? No. Bulldog goes biting and barking and bumping down. And so Serial, they find the first couple, and now they're going to have a very healthy bonus. And a lot of thanks over to Brian, who was able to just find those 2 first kills over in Shower.
Okay, now we're looking at a full buy round for our other squad of Gorillas in the Mist. We've got 3 Phantoms. I'm a little shocked we've got that heavy-handedly of Phantom Enjoyers, but the other side, again, it's those Bulldogs that I really want to look at. We've got 3-1-1 with a Bucky. I've seen some... Let me put it this way. I've seen some Brimstones make some magic happen with shotguns, so I'm not even going to, like, say that this could be a weak buy. But we're going to hold strong with the... Oh, with the Outlaw, we saw 2 sets of feet, so we're going to try and push those 2 back using this paint grenade. It's not quite in the right spots. We have no choice but to TP or call for help from our friends.
They're going to be covered down for at least a minute, but they do, in fact, retreat, trying to just check around corners and see if anyone is around. So everyone is posted up by Gorillas in the Mist towards B with Hookah and Long, and now it's a full siege as Taz and Roblox find big picks in combination to be able to get Yav off the map. Is going to help out Serial. Still a 4v3, and the better buy right now does reside with the Gorillas, but Serial did have a strong bonus walking back into this, and Banbao has found impact plays to get them back into these games, and well, rather, into these rounds.
I'm just terrified. There's a judge waiting outside that main entry point from CT. We do have fire already from Bao. Unfortunately, could not find the eliminations. Going to put both the Leers up and in the air. Neither one gets destroyed, so we get no extra intel. But Bao, last one to fall, ends up getting eliminated by Casey, and that is the round going to Gorillas in the Mist, putting themselves at double digits, the first team to do so. 3 more, and they got this game in the bag.
It's about stock standard in terms of both approach as well as kind of expectation, I guess, from us. You go 2-1. Now, the key thing from us, right, is that Serial cannot let the regular standard default of kind of a 2-2, especially into this buy-up, occur. Yav is buying for someone else. It looks like they're going to have a classic. They may even have light as they just kind of chill out with that 1700 creds in their back pocket. Someone may get for them as well. This is going to be a Raze v Raze duel, but Baby Brian goes right back to the cradle. Taz scares him off.
Taz gonna use Roomba to clear out Hookah. Does get LOS on somebody. We don't know who, but we see the paint grenades, so we know that it's Raze on Raze in this situation. No one takes any damage. We've just both used all of our utils up for our blast packs. Well executed. Nicely done.
I mean, Taz is down to 44 HP. A lot of at least chip damage in the salsa. So Baby Brian sticking around. I like the adjustment that they had. They were trying to push them all the way outside of that window, but they stuck close proximity here in Hookah. Who can find that cheeky little pick? See if there's an overextension.
I'm
Taz
sorry,
is
chip
actually
damage in the salsa.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Chunky salsa, by the way. At least medium. If you go hot, we can be friends.
Well, let's see. Taz, no shield health, unfortunately. Means you're one tap potential no matter what from a Vandal at close range like that. We do have the trade from Yogg, avenging our teammate, but KC didn't keep their head on a swivel and aim a Lord Master, aka Reach. One of our LAN champions finds that elimination. Do they know that there's someone hiding out near showers? I don't know, but we've committed a rotation. We've called back our Brimstone to help us. We're jump peeking over U-Haul box. I don't know how that ended up working out in your favor, Reach, but it does. All three of the remaining players for Gorillas in the Mist have fallen.
That is a big look into this buy round here for Serial. You get executed by a Cypher, and you know that's, to me, spy v spy kind of nonsense. But that's a massive play potential, or actually a massive just kind of balance brought back to this matchup, because considering that if Gorillas found that fourth round there, Nerdy Bird, this would be 11-5, and there's plenty of time to be able to complete this one. Instead, it's Marshals, it's Light Shields, maybe a Bulldog, oh my, and they're completely just looking for this default setup.
That sneaky Viper walled the flick with the classic right click. We find the elimination, but quickly traded out by Reach. That was still so well executed. At least we got the trade, but unfortunately, yeah, well played. Coming out in the chat from both players. Unfortunately, because we did lose our life, we left the corpse out for the Neuro Theft to be coming online. That's always the sucky situation playing against the Cyphers. If that Neuro Theft is available, and it's a low ult cost too, and you die first, you know you just gave the enemy the ultimate.
Molly being tossed out. This entire place is just a full smoke room. No cigars to be found. 50 seconds to go, and they're thinking about it, yeah. So everyone pivots, and here's the big draw. 3 on this attack here for Gorillas in the Mist. They check every single angle. They're going to throw out the guiding light just to see if anyone's peeking from beyond these long corridors, and they do some fundamental Valorant. They will check these corners, planting for front face of the pipe. Serial has 4 players really brought up. Now, none of them get deceptive. They all go straight up from this corner. The Devour coming through. They're covering each other. A triple swing. And the only one left alive is Taz, very deep into this funnel position where it's planted for. Great read. Serial ran as a horde, and no one could stop him.
Serial is definitely showing up much better here on defense than what we saw on offense. Not to say I called it, but I called it. That
So far.
last round was well executed. Now, both of our duelists for Serial have their ultimates online. I feel like this showstopper could be used as more of a deterrent if we get information, especially if we have a B-site commit. Yuli just needs to continue to use this guiding light down B long towards Fountain, making sure that we identify if there's someone there or not. And if we do, maybe we facilitate our raise and we just point and go, get him.
311 can continue to live the most boring life a Brim can and just put smokes down. They've had a couple of extra Molly moments just to kind of get them off position. You're going to have at least this corner be understood. They're going to clear one. They're going to bring the judge to the other. You're just caught between a rock and a very acid place as Taz is able to get him with the judge. Baby Brian drops down. They're going to do the same thing, trying to be able to chase him down. And the unicorn opens its eyes one more time. A couple of great opening picks, but now Taz is all by themselves. Do they get to walk away with an operator here?
No way. Free op for Gorillas in the Mist.
Free op.
4,000 credit gun, no big deal. It's fine. I mean, 1v3. If we really want to, like, say, get the heck away from site and, like, don't even bother trying, you honestly, like, force Taz to save or do something very risky, we could activate the Seekers. Would I suggest doing it? No. Would I? Am I an egotistical player and encourage such behavior from players? Yes.
That's why we're casters. We want to see it. They're also making a stockpile. I don't think you can take 2 primaries in the next round, but they're making sure that nothing gets recovered. Oh, they're going to juggle this one out. All right, make it difficult for anyone to go and get that operator. I'm pretty sure that was an investment made by Serial, so Taz is having none of that. And they're going to toss this one all the way back to spawn. In fact, this is a trick-or-treat bag. Well, but no one gets to have any fun. So that one's tossed away. And
I respect the juggle all the way back to spawn and off the map.
yeah, get rid of it. Don't let Serial have a chance of grabbing it.
Not to mention attacking with an op is just very difficult. And if you attack with it, yeah, great. We have a free one-shot, one-kill gun. But if you die and I die trying to pick up the op and they get the op back, they might as well have just got a free op too. So let's not even risk the biscuit and just toss it.
Yeah, it's great if you got a chamber, but that's the only French guy that's able to wield the giant baguette. That's about it. Except I've seen some wild raises do some wild things. However, we are in the midst of another kind of light buy situation. Save 1 as that gets handed off. You do have a showstopper. You have that orbital strike if you can be able to just kind of get yourself anywhere. It feels like Gorillas in the Mist are really hoping to stem the bleeding. Serial, it's that slow catch-up. Showstopper. Oh boy, they are met in the face with a judge. That rocket gets put back in the pocket.
Brian gets flashed, so we're aware that there's still someone inside here. We have a judge. We've seen this judge work magic. It works magic once. It works magic twice. And we get a free Kuronami Vandal in the process. Gonna walk forward towards Fountain, but a 1 rounding the corner. Casey gets the kill, but is traded out by Yuli thereafter. Serial is showing us what it means to be a second-half defensive squad. They are doing phenomenal.
All of you doubters out there, myself included, about the defensive prowess that Bind can really showcase, go check your stats. Go check VLR. And check this match out right here, because both teams are taking their sweet time. And it feels like with the catch-up about to happen, 10-10, very possible. Probable? Percentages wane, ESPN style. Serial, trying to be able to bring this one back. They have done so, considering it was a 9-3. The curse is live and large, but they are just gonna run it forward. Oh, but Aim Lord, good old reach. Everything's within reach as they find a couple early.
Look at all that util that was done by Raze to make sure that Aimlord had enough time to get in, and then Aimlord is able to create enough suppressive space here to ensure that we can just shut down anyone that's trying to come in from showers. Like, our Raze goes in here and stood there, was undeterred by the idea that someone could be coming up through Cubby, through A main, knowing our Cypher had it on lock. This Serial squad knows their protocols for defense and is confident with it. And finally, Baby Brian is opting to get rid of the Outlaw, is going to upgrade to the Operator once again. I mean, you go 2 rounds with the Outlaw, you get multiple kills. You deserve the opportunity to go back to the Outlaw. Now, the only thing I will say is don't lose it over to the other Raze again. Please.
They're just gonna throw it in the garbage if they get it.
Again, yeah.
Make a Lincoln Log castle out of operators. Well, look how aggressive that they thought to go. They've heard too many, so very wisely going all the way back to truck. So repositioning the great, I guess, verticality, but instead Baby Brian is sided out. So this one gets a little bit hectic, and I say that as a euphemism. Taz is very deep. You're gonna have the Viper Pit going forward. Taz is able to find Aim Lord, and now quick trades. Taz goes the same way. The 3rd kill only for 311, by the way. 20 rounds in, the 21st getting mayhem and chaotic as everyone gets into the goo.
We're all inside this Viper's pit. You said chaotic was a euphemism in this instance. No, this is the amount of operator shots I heard, on top of the fact that there is, you know, the Viper's pit. We're going to be using the orbital array on top of it, trying to find that Viper. Viper is going to be finally eliminated. We're in a 2-on-1. We get the molly on, not on Spike. No, just barely on Spike. Both these players are way too low on health to do anything, but we round the corner. I'm pretty sure it's going to be a confirmed opportunity to get the defuse. Yep, defenders will win another round. And now, Serial, despite ending the first half at 3 rounds in their pocket, have pulled it back and are leading by 1.
Wow. And both these teams, best foot forward. Baby Brian really coming alive, considering that their early attack, it was literally just water against the rocks, and the cliff face of Gorillas in the Mist was way too thick. But they decided, okay, cool, we're gonna go get a contractor, we're gonna get some bulldozers, and they have been chipping away, tearing down, and now it is a pile of rubble. Serial standing supreme. Only 1 round accumulated so far by Gorillas onto this attack. A very weakened eco as well. Ban Bao trying to ban everyone off the map. They get a Devour, they get a 3K. It is not a fun time if you're on the side of the Gorillas, and this Flawless could be online. They even line them up and they can't knock them down. 4 for Ban Bao.
Holy cow, Serial! I'm liking what I'm seeing. All right, now once again, we're faced with the threat of if I die first, I give Neuro Theft. However, I don't think we'll see that really be a problem. I mean, at least the one thing I want to give a nod to Girls in the Mist. They're willing to shake it up. We've seen 1 or 2 default pushes. We've seen A pushes. We've seen B pushes. I think their most successful push that almost came to fruition was a default. So perhaps we attempt an actual default. It's not just our Cypher lurking, because that's what a Cypher does on offense. We actually default. And it looks like I might be finally getting that. We have the Trailblazer running in through U-Haul, clearing it out for the most part, but did not clear the sky that is now egressed back into that zone. Yes, it is just Cypher over here now once again, but maybe that was enough to bait the people over to A site. It might have been, as Bao is going to find Taz. Ooh. We do have a trade. That is Aim Lord Master, Reach, one of our returning champs, getting eliminated by MC.
Out in the corner, trying to be able to spray him down. Off the Bulldog. Do they even go for the Operator? I think they're going to keep the full auto instead. 311 is going to be displaced by the Molly. You get a plant off. That's step 1. Trying to force overtime. Gorillas in their quarterfinal matchup went to double overtime and won it 15-13. Seems like they're gonna have to do it again. Try and make it an easier venture. You do pick up the Operator. KC lays down Ban Bao straight into the Cyber Cage. The 1s and 0s and a peanut head Cypher will show off everyone else. Gorillas in the Mist stay alive. And we go to the climactic final round of regulation before OT is possible.
Do I want overtime? I mean, I always want overtime. I think the one instance where I didn't want it was when I had back-to-back games with Septilance, shout out to him. We had triple overtime and it actually became painful. But right now, this is my redemption arc right now for Serial. Serial has done such a phenomenal job on defense that I feel like Gorillas in the Mist, they just gotta show up a little bit more here. They can go toe-to-toe with this defensive squad, the powerhouse that is this double duelist on defense. The absolute space deniers on defense right now coming out from Raze and Reyna, who've been just preventing all the entries. Taz going in a little slower. We actually have blocked up both sides of Tetris, trying to find a safe zone to plant, but 3-1 finds Taz. Roadblock finds Yuli, and Orbital Strike comes in and evacuates the entire U-Haul space.
You run the heck out of there. That truck goes under a laser beam. By the way, shout out to the engineers that made that truck. It can take a laser beam and not die. And everyone retreated. 4v4. It is Mexican standoff, maybe a Canadian handshake. No one doing anything at all. As we stay 1 to shower.
Canadian handshake.
I won't do nothing if you don't do nothing, neighbor. Just stay on your side. We have 35 seconds before someone has to get rude. And then no longer are we Canadians.
Unfortunately, Gorillas in the Mist have to be the ones to break the peace treaty first in this instance, because if they do nothing, Serial gets that pivotal 13th round in their pocket and wins by 2. So finally we go in. We go for the most passive opportunity to do something. That's just spike planting without any exchange fire first. Unfortunately, that is going to be losing our Brimstone. So there's our post-plant Molly. Gone for Gorillas in the Mist. But we return the favor. We take down 3-1-1. We take down Reach, Roblox, rounding into U-Haul. We do see the Poison Orb. Unfortunately, maybe Brian didn't see the Viper coming out. Ban Bao uses the Dismiss, trying to claim some space. Pros don't fake, but Ban Bao is better than most pros. Comes in, does the double tap on the defuse. Can we get this last one who's inside showers? We saw the guiding light. We know where they aren't and where they are. Attackers win, and that puts us at 12-12.
Our LAN winner and Yav comes up big. They know how to be able to take these on. They come all the way from Connecticut to do it in person, and of course they can do it online. So we go to overtime. By the way, I think I remember that 12-hour day that you and Septilance worked for, that crazy overtime. So yeah, no one ever wants that ever again. That sounded rough. Either way, we go into what is at least currently a shorter day for us, but a longer iteration here for this matchup between Gorillas and Serial. So we flip right back around, is this literally just going to come down to who can win their attacking half?
So if this wasn't how strong Serial performed on defense, I would say yes. Actually, you know what? I'm taking that back. Get the whiteboard eraser. Wipe that off.
Okay.
I'm agreeing with you. It's who can win their attack.
It just feels like it because defensive has been so effective, but changing the style of everything, Baby Brian, they've been able to go and deep infiltrate into that elbow turn before. They're taking on B. What the smallest percentage of their original attack was B. This time, they find 2 big first picks. KC gets one onto a wall bang. It was a very weak raise. Now they're trying to do it again.
Taz just trying to get the wall bang damage in. We are just touching the Cypher cage, letting the Cypher know we're in this zone. That's KC falling. That's our Brimstone falling. And unfortunately for the Gorillas in the Mist, that is Serial. For context, everyone, that is their 4th win on offense this entire game.
I mean, truth to be said, it would be the 4th as well for Gorillas in the Mist. Both these teams just as effective as the other, defensively and offensively. So it's been rough maintaining sight. I will say that both teams have had a fairly standard amount being able to actually get plants off. I think I see a total of maybe 3 or 4 diffuses across them. And we actually had Gorillas in the Mix flexing back and forth to it, but they're gonna run it down A. Early first trades, Roblox is able to find Baby Brian, but Ban Bao, that's the power play you gotta get rid of.
Ban Bao, waiting for someone to peek out of this smoke. Takes down the spy camera. We're in a 3v4 favoring Serial on defense. Serial, if they clinch this round, they clinch the game. I mean, they've done an incredible job bringing things back in their favor, playing despite only having 3-round wins, but 3-1-1 has fallen. That puts Serial down to 2 agents left standing, just our Skye and our Reyna. It is a 3v2, not the end-all be-all if you're Serial, but if your Gorillas in the Mist, this is looking a lot healthier for you. We're rotating near where our Viper had originally put up this toxic screen. We have lost 2. Bao has found 2 hits. The Empress on top of it. We are hitting our ultimate in OT. It is just this poor Brimstone who has the spike, and that is going to be Brim falling to Bao. That is the defenders bringing it to the wire. Honestly, Serial, if you wanted to make me feel more anxious, I don't know if you could have done it any other way. I did say it was defensive heavy, though, and when I make a claim like that, about 80% of the time I'm right, and the other 20% we just act like doesn't happen.
We dab until we pretend it didn't occur. But shout out to Ban Bao, 33-17, taking this team back from the brink. Baby Brian doing the same thing too, but Ban Bao found a stride that no one could keep pace with from Gorillas in the Mist. If you missed the first half, 9-3 was the way it went. Other side, repeat, much the same. It was a mirror on both ends, and it did come down to a single overtime, but it was that first attacking round that spelled the difference. They overcame themselves on going to B site, and they did it immediately off the rip. Considering how many times that they were able to hit A or just were trying to smash against the rocks of A, going to B with confidence, or at least to say, whatever, let's just try. That was such a change up, and the Gorillas were not ready.
I think ultimately that's what Serial needed to do, was just condition that we're never going to go hit B a few times, enough to get a foothold a little bit, and then just absolutely eradicate on defense. And then to hit B one more time in OT, there was just nothing the Gorillas in the Mist could do. We might see one of those B hits here in this replay of that absolutely incredible performance from both teams. It's just, you know, at the end of the day, your offense needs to be just as good as your defense. And there is a saying, the best defense is a good offense. But unfortunately, both these squads really struggled in the offensive half, but their defenses were so solid.
Yeah, we saw, I think, a lot more retakes and defuses, especially out of Gorillas in the Mist when they were initially on their attack. And I mean, you get to see solid judge play all across this this matchup. But when we truly flipped, it was so many rounds in a row, Serial being massive. And we did think that this clutch up in particular, as it went against Ban Bao, going into OT, maybe they had taken some wind out of the sail. But you guys got to see it. Ban Bao went down to start OT, and then they rose up to end OT. Ban Bao looking great, but we also have ourselves a hot date. More of this October Spin Showcase coming up in just a minute. We've actually got some grand finals action, as it will be Super Smash Brothers right after this. fly like an eagle and be with us today during the October Spin Showcase. I'm still Hail Monkey Man, that is still Nerdy Bird, and you are still visualizing and seeing in real time that we are going through our Super Smash and Valorant Day 1 weekend. This is a 2-day affair, so make sure to tune in tomorrow as well as the B stream that's going on as Stay Plugged In B. If it's not happening here, but you're competing today, it's probably happening over there. But that aside, we got to see some Valorant. We're seeing some competitors now finally going to the tippy top, and it's time for some Super Smash Brothers. Let's go ahead and check out this bracket. I just slapped the heck out of my mic, and let's see what this pathway looks like as we're in the lower finals.
Hopefully your hand's okay. So earlier,
okay.
we can trace just where we were in our previous Smash that we had on screen. It was level 6 taking on Nelson. Level 6-1 goes forward. Your fave, 0973. Ends up losing, getting dropped down to the lower finals. So it's your fave 0973 taking on a G Locker, level 6, waiting up there in the grand finals to see who is going to be their target. Is it going to be your fave 0973 again? Are we going to be having a matchup that we saw that was off screen on screen? Perhaps. Or will it be G Locker? We'll have to wait and see. We do know that G Locker likes to play Sonic and King K. Rool. King K. Rool. That is all I have to say about that. Yuck. Good luck if you're having to deal with King K. Rool, but I do think that there is a chance here that your fave will be able to deal with King K. Rool very easily.
Ooh, wow, that's smack. Okay, hold on. Because King K. Rool, if they end up popping out, because it could be a Sonic as well, which is really other ends of the spectrum. We talk about having a deep roster, super speed versus the big gator. Like, okay. The belly button smash is one of my favorites in the game, and also bringing out the cannon shot. I've never seen someone so effective with also throwing their own crown around. So King K. Rool knows how to dominate and also knows how to be able to really lay you out. I would take them over many, but Corrin also, I haven't had to fight too many. A juggler by trade, maybe working from the circus. What kind of spins up to you if that ends up being our first matchup, or if it's the Sonic as a flex?
So if our first matchup is actually Corrin versus King K. Rool, I think Corrin, because of the speed that Corrin does have in the juggle ability, just has to begin with one of those two combos, and managing to maintain it can actually be successful. It's just you have to get in what I would consider the kill range, which is just close enough that if King K. Rool uses any of his utility, you're able to jump over it and close the gap and start that combo, or start it before any of that utility comes forward. Because remember, the crown, there's the cannon, and then there's also the vacuum back inwards with the cannon shot. That's also very irksome. So long as you're able to dodge that with Corrin, you should be fine. Of course, this is one of the Fire Emblem characters, I do believe. Yes. There's so many in the roster at this point, but I think they're all very similar. Another sword wielder. There is a joke that Nintendo themselves made about it, so I feel like it's okay for me to make that joke. Now, however, on the flip side of that, if we end up with Sonic versus Corrin, I feel like Sonic has a better chance of victory in that instance, just the sheer amount of speed. And is that the kitty? Can we get an introduction for everyone here?
Anyone that doesn't know, this is my favorite old man. This is Master Chief. He's 14 years old, and he's got a lot of medical problems, but he's the best. And maybe all these players will be able to keep up with the way that he can play. But we're not going to talk about Corrin at all. They literally were playing Corrin through the entirety of this lower bracket. Banjo-Kazooie. All right, we run away from Fire Emblem. Talk about them, because there's going to be eggs out here.
It's not just eggs, but we saw it at the very beginning, and it's the golden feathers at the very top. With those, basically, you do, I want to say it's 20%, maybe 30% damage to someone first, and then you could use one of them, and it gives you 5 shots per life to 1 shot. Banjo-Kazooie is a very explosive type of fighter, has great recovery, and I think that's just remnant of most of the DLC characters. They all have pretty gosh darn good recovery, but Sonic is going to look to punish that recovery by playing off ledge, as well as closing these gaps that are created from these projectiles very quickly. But again, once Sonic takes 30 plus damage, we have the opportunity to use one of these attacks that can be a one-shot, one-kill, but that's how Sonic wants to play, nice and close to make sure these other attacks aren't as useful.
Yeah, and you can, I mean, literally by nature and by way of Sonic, you can be able to change the pace in a moment's notice, stopping on a dime and be able to just kind of quickly sprint across this map. You think it's a wide map, but it's actually pretty soft, and you have 2 of the golden feathers already gone. The unique spin on some of the DLC characters is literally their own unique weapon. So you have to deal with some of that, but for right now, and Zix is, I think, your fave. So either way, it's been tough to be able to get a handle on him. I love the charge up, and quick combos really is in the name of the game, especially for this little hedgehog.
But remember, when it comes to like the weight classes here, we're relatively close to one another, I feel like. So the amount of damage. Oh, but the screen splat. That's the first. I think that clap just got detected on broadcast. Sorry, viewers. Hawk, though, is now at 108 G-Locker, 108%. So we're relying on this rage meter. We're hoping we can get some splash damage in here, but that's 10% free on that life. Not really enough to really say it was a significant fought battle, but now we're taking a lot of egg damage here. If we're Zix, we're not dodging, we're trying to close this gap, we're doing it too quickly. We need to slow down. I know Sonic's gotta go fast, but sometimes you need to play to actually predict and get a sense of where these eggs are gonna go before we close this gap.
Are we playing against a Banjo-Kazooie, or is this Snake? I'm seeing so many projectiles. It is nonstop, and that's kind of the crux of playing a Sonic. You want to be able to have a full pathway, but having to navigate this, it's also like going against a Mii Gunner. There is just no time to get around this kind of spam. I, as a Game & Watch protege, I love it, but also not against the Golden Feathers. Quickly handing them out, dealing the dish, and they have basically 2 full stocks to run it down against your fave.
And not to mention, like, unlike our first stock that we tried to use it on, I believe we used 1, if not 2 feathers unsuccessfully, but as I'm speaking, we've now exhausted another feather, but Zix is in that range where it can work. Just need to do a little bit more damage, and Zix has been conditioned at this point to just run into all of our eggs, so let's take this round victory at point blank, not try to overthink it too much here if we are currently G-Locker. Get a little more damage in, get him into that crit zone, and use that opportunity to go in with one of those golden feathers.
You're just watching your fave get stuck in so many of these extra points, and they actually are able to use that quick springboard to get back on stage, and now the extra golden feather.
Wait,
they
the
keep
DI.
themselves. Yeah, they're able to DI right back into it. Now they use another one, and then they down smash to finish the job of saying, you know what? I expended a piece of gold to get you off stage. Let me just end this.
Okay, so this is conditioning above all conditioning if I've ever seen it. And that is, we have played Corinth all the way throughout the entire bracket. And then we got someone who it's like, oh, so you can play King K. Rool or you can play Sonic. I really don't feel like playing Corinth into either of those. So I'm just going to go Banjo-Kazooie. So if you're playing King K. Rool, I can play the range game and just throw eggs at you all day and abuse the platforms. If you're playing Sonic, I'm going to do the exact same thing because it's going to make it really hard for you to actually come into your lethal range against me. So I think, honestly, if we're looking at it from Sonic's perspective, we can play Sonic again. We just need to slow down. Or if we want to play King K. Rool, just I would maybe even suggest, like, I know almost most people hate this character. Isabelle can take away projectiles. And Isabelle can also have a fishing pole that not only doubles as your ability to get back on stage, but also throw someone from mid off. So perhaps we go with a character that has a kit that's akin to that, absorb the projectiles and try to use those to our own advantage. There's Villager. Villager can also do something like that if we anticipate the matchup to be Banjo-Kazooie again. Banjo-Kazooie is such a wrench that was thrown in here, the boomerang play, that I feel like we could throw in a wrench of our own if we were on the receiving end of that.
Man, what a counter pick play, kind of big brain situation it might be if you're just expecting, all right, are they going to stick with Banjo-Kazooie? But because then, if we really want to see, like we saw a little bit ago, the counter pick of, all right, I'm going to switch before you even do, they may just go right back over to Corrin if a King K. Rool comes out, or even before it even matters. Maybe get a stage as well off of the map bands to be able to get non-moving platforms to kind of standardize if you're going to rock into a Sonic, just because Smashville has so many that kind of separate, and then if you have an open, basically final destination kind of just lane, then you're left to just have to navigate too many eggs. And they're throwing them over and over again. Make it Lisa difficult, and they have to be able to have better shots when it comes to arcing over with those eggs. So both players may immediately run away from it. It really kind of depends for me where the map really goes to in this. And I know that doesn't play often too much, but if you're working with projectiles, it does help you out because it makes it non-standard where all those are going to go unless they're just really practice at those shots.
Well, let's see. Are we going to have any sort of change up here? No, it is still Sonic.
Okay.
It is still Banjo-Kazooie. Banjo-Kazooie hitting us with the I'll win this time, i.e. I'll win again. Sonic playing off ledge here, trying to dodge these eggs, and we actually, the first full person to hit 10% is Banjo-Kazooie taking damage from themselves.
I was going to say stop the count, but now it's on the other side. And you have singular platform for them to operate from, and even when they're cutting the space, your fave is also getting just struck down. They have to be able to find at least that opening combo, and as that golden feather gets used, they're going to send themselves all the way out and away, and it's all of a bait and switch.
But we used 2 of our 5 golden feathers, one to bait off ledge and another to bait again. Don't get the zoom in. We did end up surviving that one if you're Zix. So that's your fave coming in. Unfortunately, did not DI strong enough. That was a kill shot. We've got 3 golden feathers left. Hawk at 35% damage, 44, give or take a little bit. But Sonic finally landing in some consecutive damage shots, but barely getting our hitter here into the 60 zone after already losing a full life and already at 45% themselves.
They've just been so effective of really dragging your fave into the zone, working off of this singular platform. We have not existed on the right side of the stage until this moment in time, and a couple of big booty shots as they just go slamming across the stage, and now they actually use the down smash to try and trap them the same way they ended game number 1. Oh, wow. Chucked to the floor from basement to ceiling. They are gone.
We're not going to get 0 to death, but is Zix going to get 3 stocked this game? Because we have not budged G-Locker's percent of damage for an entire life, unfortunately. We're trying to close this gap, but it seems like G-Locker is just fully understanding how to deal with this Sonic player. And right now, yes, finally we've taken another 10% damage, but I think this gap is going to quickly close. We're going to get Sonic caught up. These eggs have been working very well for G-Locker, and we're just pushing Sonic further and further off the stage. Going to be able to zone him out with these eggs even more, just like that.
This is pretty much curtains. 3-0, possibly? Oh, yeah. Missed the big foot. They're going to try it for it one more time. A stylistic finish in the forthcoming future here for G-Locker, unless some level of miracle were to occur. I don't believe in it as of yet. At least being able to drag them into that quick spin. But even with the rage meter, they're just hoping to be able to land one.
Here it is.
And yeah, Kazooie, get him with the old drill peck. And that'll be done. And 2-0 right now. Wow. Okay, so got to get a different map that's got to be able to kind of take away that open lane. And even then, when you trapped them, quote unquote, in the same side zone there, Nerdy Bird, your fave just was unable to get any level of pressure that really made G-Locker uncomfortable.
And not to mention, I think Sonic's just general style of gameplay, you're not wanting to slow down. And because that is what Banjo-Kazooie forces you to do, because you're trying to avoid all this extra stuff that's getting thrown at you while you're trying to close gaps, perhaps we change over. Perhaps we go to King K rule. Or something else. I mean, we weren't anticipating the Banjo-Kazooie round 1. We got Banjo-Kazooie not once, but twice. I think perhaps now we swap off the Sonic. We are at series point. This is a best of 5. If Banjo-Kazooie, if G-Locker wins another one, that means G-Locker's the one to move up into our grand finals. And unfortunately, that'll be the sweet good night for Zip. So hopefully we see some variation, some changes here. I don't want to say that that was like 2 rounds of straight conditioning and just letting Banjo-Kazooie walk over our poor Sonic player. I do think it was just that Banjo-Kazooie was so dominant with the way they were set up, that Sonic is just suboptimal to go into Banjo-Kazooie with the playstyles that are present.
That's very true. And also, if this does happen to end out in a 3-0 or even a 3-2, if G-Locker finishes this series, this is a rematch of the upper quarter final matchup between themselves and Level 6, because Level 6 patiently waiting in the grand finals here for this East Region Smash Showcase. So you gotta see if you are your fave, if you can switch it up, bring out the King K rule, if there's anything in your arsenal, anything in your bullpen, don't leave it to question. Fight it in, fight it out, and let the spam battle be. Vacuum and the elephant gun and the crown. Maybe that's the answer to this whole dozen pile of eggs. They're expensive these days, but apparently G-Locker has plenty of cash to be able to burn through so many explosive ones. To that end, does a King K rule make that big of a difference? They can take some extra damage off that armor, but does that really affect what your favorite, or yeah, what G-Locker's doing?
I don't think so, and so that's why, I mean, like, your recovery is a bit better, so you could possibly try to bait off ledge more, and thankfully, yes, we are going to see what exactly the plan is here, coming from our King K rule, finally making a swap from Sonic to King.
All right. It's going to be a little bit of spam, but one's a little bit slower, but that's simply to entrap some space. And so if you can do that, though, considering how much airtime that G-Locker wants to be able to maintain while dropping a lot of these eggs, you have to then absorb a little bit more of this damage. And so they take a couple of quick, clean ones, and so you're going to see a lot more scrapping, and all of a sudden your fave is just down off the corner.
Your fave, though, I will say, at 80% damage, this is just, there's a I think the recovery is slightly better. We can live off the edge a bit more. We're going to use the jump pad. So Locker is going to survive. We also well time a shield, block a cannon fire. The cannon's going to go off, so now we've lost that one for now. We'd go for the belly flop, but unfortunately, our Banjo-Kazooie's starting to already read through our playstyle here.
Blocking out the cannonballs. No recovery. Wow. Tossing just enough. But you do go and work through, I think, 4 of the 5 golden feathers, so you don't have really much left in the arsenal other than just a whole plethora of eggs, and you're going to start seeing those get returned to Cinder. Your fave is finding more effectivity. They've actually closed the gap because this is a little bit closer space based off this 3-platform stage, and yet they're just kind of navigating like a chicken in a coop and running from this big old rooster.
Banjo is at 125%. We do have our King K roll on their second life, up to 100. Hit with the crown. Banjo goes a little bit high, but not high enough. Finally, we smack him down the ground. Try to go for the belly flop, doesn't work, and we've stolen King K Rool's crown. Tried to throw it down. I think King K Rool will make it up just fine. We'll also dodge the egg because of the iframes that we get. Drops him, spikes him into the earth, and sends him off the stage.
Well, King K Rool now up to 136%. Your fave trying to just survive, and that's to be something, because you have 4 more golden feathers already looking for at least a stock confirmation off of one. They chuck the old lizard. Are they considered lizards? I'm not sure. Definitely not amphibians. Either way, chuck that reptilian king all the way to the ceiling and more. But 172%, and that one's gonna be for free.
We're on our final stock for our King K Rool. Unfortunately, Hawk barely took any damage during their second life, has all 5 of those feathers. Again, we were talking about that during the end of their first stock zone. You know, you're out of your feathers, so that means you're heavily reliant on the plethora of eggs we have present. We used 1 to get back on stage. We're down to our last 2 golden feathers, but I mean, we're up against such a heavy hitter that honestly, I don't think we're trying to go for the feathers to get these confirmed kills. And at the end of the last series, we didn't even use them. We used our up smash.
51% though, and that's actually a winnable feature right now for your fave. Just depends if they can navigate through this ever-evolving minefield of eggs. Trying to be able to suck them in with the vacuum. They hit them at least off with the crown. Try and go and get that recovery, but in so doing, they are in their own bait and switch trap. A couple of extra feathers. They've got 3 to burn here, Nerdy Bird, and it feels like only a matter of time. They can't get the down smash.
Your fave wasn't going to fall for it twice. The down smash on the ledge is what got us killed at the end of the last game, I think once. So we don't want to have it happen 2 times in a row. We've learned our lesson. The camera's bringing us both up. We're down to our final feather. We're at 148% on King K Rool. We had smacked down into the earth, but the spin is not enough. We are just barely able to dodge the damage from it. King K Rool is heavy on the amount on this percent at 164. Let's see. We used our final feather.
Oh, but it didn't matter. They were able to plant them down, and then they smashed them out. Waiting for that recovery, and they hit him with the ole up. Banjo-Kazooie apparently was the play. No Corrin here. Maybe we'll see that later on, but a 3-0 sweep in our lower winners finals, and that's going to be G-Locker, who gets themselves a rematch, not of recency, but of nearly the beginning of this East Coast battle for this Super Smash Brothers showcase. And I mean, I like that they at least brought the King K rule out, but the adaptation by, I guess, G-Locker was simply keep playing the same way and just stay a little bit further away from the old croc.
And the stage was slightly smaller, and I feel like that actually played more into wanting to just throw more eggs out on the field. And I honestly was anticipating a few more eliminations coming off of the heel of the feather usage, but we didn't. Instead, we actually had, I think, significant, I think mainly side smash and down smash as being the things that got players eliminated. And we can take a look at some of those eliminations here in the replay that we have cooked up here for that last entire best of 5 series.
A lot of Sonic early on, so you're gonna see. I would say that this one was fairly decently close to be able to start off our series, but then after kind of an open lane in Smashville gave an open cruise for just killing to G-Locker. They had your fave all but red, and they consistently were able to just take them out. A 3-0 in that second game. I think that really broke their spirits for the rest of the series.
Well, losing is a part of playing any video game. You're never going to have a perfect run. Even the pros have to lose sometimes. I do think perhaps we just add one more character into our character pools here and there, and we'll find a little bit more success. Someone that is just can cope with the spam that is going to be Banjo-Kazooie, who's not relying on close-knit combos, but is instead just eggs. I'm just going to keep egging you. But I think we all could use a little bit of a breather from the eggs. What do you think?
I think so as well. As much as I like an omelet, I'm going to go get a separate snack. And you guys can too, but don't go too far. More of the October Spin Showcase will be back in just a moment. Welcome back, everyone. We're getting into the October Spin Showcase. Again, I'm Monkey Man, and that is Nerdy Bird. And to give you guys kind of an update, we are staying here on the East Coast for our Super Smash Grand Finals that are going to be right around the corner. But shout out to some of our winners for both the West Coast and Central, because it was CSHR Enthusiast who actually won a bracket reset, 3-0ing and then 3-1ing Flump, who we got to see a little bit ago. So that one worked out for him. And then on the other side, they're actually in the middle of still trying to figure out who's going to be the best in the middle of Central. So they're with Waffle Dude and Bargain down in that lower final. And if you can look for all those matches, it's going to be on Stay Plugged In B. That's going to be your other channel to check it out. But here we are, Nerdy Bird. We go with G-Locker, who just played a ton of Banjo-Kazooie, changing the script, and it was all to be able to smack down both a Sonic and a King K. Rool. Now we're back with level 6.
And my curiosity is piqued. We got off Corinth. I doubt we'll go back to Corinth, considering when we were playing against level 6 earlier, it did not work out in our favor. And so level 6 G-Locker, I'm gonna be transparent. I'm not positive as to what to expect here.
Level 6 was, what were they showcasing to us earlier? They had a lot of Lil Mac, and then they went off the Lil Mac to Piranha Plant, right? I'm pretty sure. Yeah. So,
Yeah.
If okay, you have the Banjo-Kazooie. Let's theory craft before we get in there. I feel like Lil Mac is gonna face the same issue as our previous competitor against G-Locker if they're going up against the Banjo-Kazooie, because you have to be able to close down that kind of space. Now, you have more impact play, I think, if you're able to get there because of the KO meter. But if they also play into the Piranha Plant, I think they can be just as spammy to a degree.
I think the Piranha Plant coming from level 6 against what we basically... G-Locker going in on Banjo-Kazooie, it's a null and void. It's going to be, they have to drastically change their playstyles. Lil Mac against Banjo-Kazooie is not going to work great in Lil Mac's favor, so Lil Mac's then going to swap to Piranha Plant anyway. So I feel like this is going to come down to game 3 really being how we're going to set the pace for the remainder, and I do think this will be a full best of 5. Keep in mind, there is a bracket reset as well. If G-Locker loses, then we won't have to deal with the bracket reset. However, if we have... oh my goodness, their name just left my brain.
Level 6? Or
level 6 end up winning, end up losing, then we will do a bracket reset. So, are we going to see a full 5-game series? Are we going to see a bracket reset? Will someone actually try and counterpick after game 2? I really hope so.
I would love the chasing counterpick, where they move and then you move. And then you just continue going off main, whatever it's going to be. Either way, this is exactly what we're coming in with. Banjo-Kazooie. The last time these two played, Foreign seemed to be the name of the game, but Banjo-Kazooie was also putting them to shame. You have Lil Mac, and I feel like they're able to cut some level of distance, but this is the problem. Lil Mac doesn't really have the ups until he gets in the clinch.
Yeah, and remember, Lil Mac wants to fight in the middle of the stage to basically tornado you up into the sky and out. We are just consecutively parrying all of these eggs, but we can't sit here forever. And so finally, G-Locker decides to come in, hits him with one feather, but with not enough. I don't think we are in the sweet spot to actually cause enough damage to have the one-shot, one-kill. We've stolen one of the eggs off the ground. Doesn't do any damage. And we just used our second golden feather.
Trying to sweep the leg and sweep on through this Lil Mac, who is using our little platforms, what couple there are, to be able to get some cover, and then a great follow-up here by G-Locker to really lock level 6 down.
Yeah, the animal abuse with the bird is working out. We smacked level 6 with this, sent him off the map. I'm making him restart. So far, though, G-Locker only 25% damage, and Lil Mac, level 6, already at 32, has not had that KO punch ready one time yet, but is doing a great job just feathering their shield to try and close this gap, is waiting for the perfect timing to do so. Much slower pace of gameplay than we saw earlier in our previous matchup against G-Locker's Banjo-Kazooie, not with level 6, but from your fave. So definitely the discipline is working for Lil Mac right now.
It almost feels like G-Locker's playing an entirely different game. It feels like they're trying to simulate being on alien invaders, and they're the one that's coming down with a bit of extra damage. Waiting, biding their time, hoping that they can catch this bouncing bear and bird combo, and now all of the feathers are gone. That means that they have only eggs to really work with, unless they're able to land a few of these. And now on the whirlwind uppercut, that's exactly the moment that level 6 was waiting for.
However, I will say level 6 having to bait out basically to make sure that they're safe. All of the feathers is rough. We managed to survive one feather attack. Dodging the eggs, we perfectly time our re-engagement to take back the space on the ledge. We get the smack. We have this KO ready to go. It could time out. We could take too much damage. We'll have to wait and see. Get the uppercut. Doesn't work out. There is 2 feathers gone. We only have 3 remaining now for Lil Mac.
Trying to really protect themselves. KO is still online. They're looking to key it up, and they do! That's exactly how you're gonna bounce the bear if you're gonna be able to bear and grin it. Now with 93% rather, still in order, they went untouched to be able to grab that second stock, but we're dead even as the first one does connect off the golden feathers.
All right, 1 stock aside. It all comes down to this. Which one can rumble and tumble the best?
Ooh.
Right now, it's Little Mac trying to send Banjo and Kazooie off the edge, but once again, as soon as Banjo, I feel like, is on these platforms and just able to hop back and forth, it's a little bit harder for level 6. It just means that level 6 needs to time it well. Wait, be patient. We've already seen that type of patience come from our Little Mac player before. They can definitely do it again. And there it is. And there is not a good DI in sight. That is going to be G-Locker losing game number 1.
Heck of a clinic on how to be patient with spam. We're all learning together as a class with level 6 on how to be able to take our time, especially like you just were talking about. It was really a give and chase. Level 6 had to kind of wait out for each of those platform bounces for whenever they're able to do literally anything. But then eventually, as if you're not landing and kind of trampolining yourself between these egg drops, in sequence, and if you don't change it up, then level 6 was able to make some of those better reads, and eventually that turned into that first win. Especially fantastic survival at 93% to be able to get that KO and really turn the tide.
So now the question is, are we going to see a swap off the Banjo-Kazooie? Corinth didn't work. Banjo-Kazooie after run 1 not working so much. Somehow Lil Mac, someone who is basically in a chronic state of being disadvantaged because of how Banjo-Kazooie works, still is finding the opportunities to find these eliminations, take our stocks down, and is playing too patient in comparison to what we saw from Sonic in the earlier stages. So perhaps we swap off Banjo-Kazooie. But if Corinth didn't work against this matchup already, and we know that Piranha Plant's a possibility, what do you think else, if there was a third fighter to pull into the ring here, what do you think we could go with?
I mean, clearly it's the Mr. Game & Watch. For all intents and purposes, you just gotta, if spam is necessary and distance, Mr. Game & Watch is the key. Anything that involves actually a little bit of spam, actually, it kind of chunks away momentum. You can be hateful of me right now. That's okay.
It's just Game & Watch is literally so heavily RNG. I mean, the hammer, if you land you land the 1, it's like oof, but you land the 9 and it's like you're gone.
Yeah,
and I love it.
It can work. It also cannot work. And also, it won't matter because we have Banjo-Kazooie. So, you keep your down and distance away. And the key thing of difference with this stage in particular, you have one middle unmoving static stage. That means that so much is going to be telegraphed, and it's actually congruent to where level 6 can be able to immediately threaten. And look at what they're able to do. We're getting counter punches immediately, but you also have a straight lane, an expressway for the golden feathers if G-Locker wants to connect.
Well, the connection's actually going to be coming from level 6 with that KO punch, but G-Locker was not high enough in damage for it to actually be an elimination. Level 6 at 116% damage, though. That's a very high percentile for Lil Mac. It's sent to space and will not return unless brought down by the ship themselves on the respawn. How much of a free percent grab will this be for G-Locker, though, is my question now.
So far, not a whole lot. 90%. G-Locker got to be ready to go back into the clinch. Actually, they got to run away from this as well because Level 6 is really going to be tracking them down. Oh, but look at these reads. As soon as I know that they can kind of bait them to going really fast and dashing across this map, they just drop an egg straight into like where they're going to be landing. So it is a patience game, I'd say, on both sides. Oh, getting quick jabs straight to the gut. They get it to the belts, and only 26% by G-Locker, but they grab a couple immediately as they were invulnerable.
Oh no, did we just... Lil Mac ain't gonna follow you off the edge, G-Locker. You can't pull that move on this Mac. You could have done it on Sonic, but Lil Mac can't come back from that. We do have the KO ready to go. We've used one of our golden feathers. We are down to our final stock for G-Locker.
We got to see the decoy move on that a little bit ago. Like you mentioned, Lil Mac is not one to be able to go and bounce. They are getting juggled right now. One hit, one hit, one hit. Now the quick feather P.E.K.K.A. of Fury as that comes out to the side of G-Locker. They're trying to be able to recover. You only have one recovery move if you're Lil Mac, and that just got used up. So 56% of bonus. I think that level 6 might be able to run this up into a 2-0 series lead.
Well, it's not over until the Fat Lady has sung. Let's see when she will do it and for whom it will be. We've used 2 of our 5 feathers already. Lots of eggs. We go in with the and smack down Little Mac. But Little Mac is opting to stay up here, which I think is actually advantageous considering it's preventing us from having to make contact with all the eggs being given from high ground. Instead, we take the high ground first.
And they hold up on top. Nice haymaker. Dropping some special eggs. They're using that second to last feather. This could come down to it. They have just enough damage. If it connects, they get the whirlwind uppercut. Gotta track them down. Oh, and they do connect, but it's a counter punch instead. Catch them from behind. You were asking for when she was singing. I'd say she's warming up.
Man says he can't give me Skyfall, but does that? Okay.
Adele has bass. I do not. Okay, I'll go find it later.
That is all right. All right. So the Fat Lady sang at least in that one in favor of level 6. Now, I'm going to pose the question again because typically at the two loss mark is where we've seen some players swap things up. Are we going to see a change? We don't have to guess as to who, but will we see a change here?
Ooh, you know what? In terms of what has occurred today, we've only seen one ego switch. And that was actually done, I believe, by level 6. They went over to the Piranha Plant. And I could see them doing it again. I actually think that you end up sticking with this Banjo-Kazooie, and you're trying to really dodge the moments when the KO meter is coming up. And I'm not saying it comes up so often that it's a problem, but the key times it has been when things have gone awry for G-Locker. If they want to go to Corrin, I feel like they're playing right into the hands of level 6. I think that the counter of them with Lil Mac, even though it's a lot of juggling, Lil Mac does the same stuff, and he does it so much more effectively, and he then just tears you down. I feel like Corrin is just not a great pick, but we also can see a Piranha Plant. I don't know. My call is we actually get to see Piranha Plant in Game 3. What's yours?
I'm agreeing. I do think level 6, that is their game plan, is prevent the counter swapping from being able to occur. And it's like, I'm going to counter swap your counter swap, and you've activated my trap card Pot of Greed, because who the hell knows what Pot of Greed does, and we're going to come in with Piranha Plant. At least that's the caster guess here. We're both agreeing to it. Very rarely do casters agree. I'm joking. Most of the time we actually do agree a lot on these things. So that's what I'm anticipating. Level 6, are we going to get a Piranha Plant swap again? Your Piranha Plant was very lethal the last time we saw it. Is it necessary, I feel like, to do the swap? No. But is it a good idea? Probably.
Yeah, and this is free leniency to do it. By the way, Pot of Greed, draw 2. It is way too powerful, I've been told. I don't know. I draw 2, and they're both duds out of my deck. I don't know. I still put it in there because illegal cards be damned. We go into game number 3. Whoa!
What?
Okay. What? All right. Well, we do get a juggle fest, and it's gonna be sword versus feet. The Fox coming in from out of nowhere.
Okay, so level 6 is just impressing me on impressing me. Truly. Counter swapping before a counter swap has come out. I think is great, but we've got another one of our blade wielding characters here, Corinth from Fire Emblem versus Fox from Star Fox. I'm still gonna opt for Star Fox here. I'm an old person. I love Star Fox.
I mean, no, yeah, this is old head galore, and it's also quick combo damage. One of the most traditional rush down, especially. Fox could be able to really break down all of the kit that you have out of Corinth. Now they could be able to use that sword to really kind of displace themselves and make it difficult. And now off of that catch, you're finding the spear, finding connections as well. But level 6 already got that first stock, and they're able to dodge so much extra of any of the juggling that you want to get going. Great counterplay as well. And they just try to trap this corn to the floor. Oh, you got to be ready because they'll tear you down. But 93% is starting to look spicy. And, oh, they DI back.
Fox has a lot of recovery, using it to their advantage, despite these juggle plays that are coming out from G-Locker. As soon as you see the spike down, I feel like, so this is the thing, Corinth and Byleth, I feel like, well, Corinth is just a faster version of Byleth. You play a little bit further back, you avoid these wide range combos, and then when they hit those moments where the exhaustion hits, you're able to come in and close the space. But right now, you're Corinth, you're trying to keep this Fox in the air. There's the juggle, there is the ascent to space. Team Rocket is blasting off again. I'm saying that because we're on the Pokemon map. And right now, level 6 is struggling, being down 1 stock.
Yeah, and they've got G-Locker all the way to 118. They really decided to kind of change the scrap, and it's because there is at least a medium distance difference between these two, considering that you have to be able to play through the Fire Emblem swords and more. But they just got a lot more juggling contests than they thought. That one's going to be a big, I guess, well, up kick of those size 6s. I actually don't know how big his boots are. I'll ask Fox later. Either way, G-Locker hanging on, trying to be able to get accumulated bonus damage. They only got it up to 36. This is for their bracket life. They've got to turn this around.
They're trying to be unrelenting in these juggle combos, but if you don't make contact, you do hit exhaustion, so that means that it's an opportunity for the counterattacks to come out from Fox. However, it seems like level 6 is struggling to find these break-in opportunities, finally starting to use that shield as opposed to just completely dodging some of these attacks coming out from Corinth. Both trying to panic shield a little bit in the center of stage here.
Oh, again and again.
Game of chicken. Game of chicken has begun.
Bubble v bubble. They're in trouble. They use the dash. Gonna use that up B. Trying to be able to get that one that was through the corner of the stage. Now they're suddenly in trouble. Oh, G-Locker, they committed to be able to get that final kill. Can they get off the pick? Oh, forward smash as well. Diving down. Level 6 is actually playing this one very patient, considering they have about 21% more damage. But now this could all go to the top blast zone. Dodging away. You're basically a full telegraph away from being Dunskies. It is 2% difference, and it's actually hit for G-Locker off of the catch. Trying to finish them off here, Nerdy Bird.
Oh, we saw the dash. Corinth read it like a book, snagged him during mid-flight, comes in with the side hit, and that is going to be Fox sending off to space in the upper right-hand corner. Corinth walking away with the win. Now we're still at series point. Keep that in mind. Level 6 has 2 victories under their belt. Now G-Locker has 1. We are very, very close and an uncomfortable situation. Now, do I think we're going to stick with the Fox? No, I actually think if we anticipate the Corinth to stay, level 6 can come back on Piranha Plant and win very heavy-handedly because Piranha Plant has range, Piranha Plant has visual disruption, and I feel like that prevents a lot of opportunities for Corinth to do what Corinth wants to do, which is bring you into the air and actually juggle you because, you know, you use your up B, you're able to fly, you can move around a little bit more, as opposed to Fox where it's very linear. You go left, you go right, you go up. That is how Fox is able to get out of things, but it's obviously very plain in the fact that you move, it's one-dimensional movement. It's not controllable like Piranha Plant is.
You know who's not, you know, kind of singular linear in terms of the Fox family? Wolf. I'm just saying, Wolf. Get a little bit of that extra angle. I know people don't like my forward tilt claws, and that's because you're bad at it. But either way, They're gonna stick. I honestly, I believe they're gonna stick with Fox. That was actually so close. They're gonna be able to kind of get into that tight clinch with this Corrin. But if they do walk into the Piranha Plant, it creates such an oblong hitbox kind of situation for them because you're going off of the spike ball and having to deal, just like you mentioned, with a bit more of the poison cloud. So make it difficult to work off of the strength of that elongated sword spear, because they were making great use of that edge guard. You saw that kind of soft dodge of it. They were a little too far to get the tip of the sword, which really could have been a nice critical to finish them off early on. And that came down to one sprint dash grab difference. I think it was at the end, maybe 20% or so, but it was like 116, 113. I feel like there's a comfort level here for level 6, but you know what? Good to see, not leaving anything left untread for G-Locker to go into that Corrin. They're gonna stick into the Corrin, right? This is gonna be like suddenly switching back, right? Maybe math.
I personally think sticking with the Corrin is a good idea, but knowing level 6 is willing to swap, do you stick with it is the question. And oh my god, we're bringing out Captain Falcon. I am shocked we're going in with the grab insta hit combo. It is not the 35% combo off rip that we see some pros do, but nonetheless getting us up to 30 out the gate is incredible.
Oh my gosh. Okay, he's just gonna run through the traditional old roster. Does that mean Pikachu is next? Please? Whatever you gotta do. I don't know. This is gonna have so much just extra movement. Both of these types of players, these characters, run so quickly across this map. So what can Captain Falcon be able to bring? I want to be able to at least land one big old Falcon punch. Trying to be able to at least land a few of those power knees if they can. But now they're just getting juggled up. Uh-oh. They didn't take advantage of them coming back down the platform.
Gonna go play off ledge. Ooh, this getting that sword down, and we're stunned, but not enough damage. Somehow, not enough of a swing through on Captain Falcon to send him off the map. I mean, he's at 124%. I really thought that was going to be a death sentence, but we did the loop around, and we managed to find the first elimination, first stock gone for level 6.
Level 6, maybe playing with our hearts and maybe for some content. We'll find out one way or another. And these charge-ups have actually been somewhat missing from this Corrin, as G-Locker has been having to just go straight into the Sword Spear extensions, and they've been doing so good at being able to navigate around. And 95% seems like a lot, but when they're on first stock, they're still just forcing level 6 into a corner, and man, are they burying them.
We're pretty equal right now, though, as far as that damage counter, but keep in mind it's taken 2 lives from level 6 in order to get our Corinth up to 120%, but now we're equalized as far as that damage power goes. And you wanted a Falcon Punch, but we got a circumvention of a smash attack instead. We're going to get back up on stage. No one's trying to cheat each other off of it, but there's the strong kick coming through, sending Corinth off into space.
Falcon kick! It's one of the 3, so, you know, get with that util. Either way, 140%, and no more. Well, actually, no, they're coming back. Okay, I thought they got sent completely away. I'm trying to land these fast, hot feet, and wow, okay, just a fair few too many knees, and at this point, G-Locker was at 0 for a long time, building it up. Lots on the rage meter for level 6. How long are they be able to stand this? Not too much longer. A great sweep to be able to clear them from that upper blast zone.
Goes in with the uppercut, sends him off the stage with the strong knee. I don't think G-Locker had taken that much damage. It's just that is a kill condition for Captain Falcon. Are we gonna? Oh, I really thought that down kick had Corinth's number.
They were trying to just plaster them onto the side of the stage and then throw them onto the lower zone, really aiming to land off of these feet here, Nerdy Bird. And again, remember, this is for their tournament life. A reverse sweep would be necessary by G-Locker to get even into a bracket reset. Level 6 tracking him down, hoping to land that one big powerful knee off of the grab. They're gonna send him across the stage, still just half the amount of damage that Level 6 has been able to pick up. And it feels like all these exchanges are putting Level 6 at this disadvantage. What a dodge! They don't get the grab, they're getting caught in it! And we're going game 5.
All right. Just like I wouldn't suggest playing Captain Falcon into Byleth, I wouldn't suggest playing Captain Falcon into Corrin. The one thing we can say here is that G-Locker didn't have a reason to swap. Corrin worked, and so we kept Corrin. Now, Level 6 did have a reason to swap, and that was losing to the Corrin play. I would have guessed that there wouldn't have been a swap off of it, so I was a little shocked, albeit happy, to see Captain Falcon. Do I think we're going to see it again? No, I actually do think we're going to see another swap from Level 6.
I think Meta Knight. I think, okay, actually, on the for real side of things, I think that they're actually going to go back to their main roster, and that the last couple, that this is Level 6 simply wanting to play more of the series, really truly showing that they enjoy playing some Super Smash, and that they could try to at least keep it close with the majority of what's being brought out by this Corrin play, and respecting it no less, saying, hey, you know what, let's try it. So do we get sweaty, or do they simply get ready and play another fan favorite to really flex on them, to prove that they could beat them with anyone if they really wanted to? Bring out, I feel like a DDD would be too slow. Maybe the Ganon, or maybe
nah, the heavies like that are too like you know.
Rob?
I would respect the Rob play here.
I want a Rob, to be honest.
Ganon's just too slow. I think Ganon would just be mopped, honestly, and then. I OG, I played Ike, so like kind of same vein of a heavy but extremely slow. However, if you get caught by one of these two, it's extremely punishing. However, you have to get caught for it to be punishing, so perhaps we don't play the reactive style gameplay that those two rely on, and we play more proactively. I feel like Rob has a little bit more range to do that type of gameplay. We'll have to see what the official pick comes out to be. If it's Piranha Plant, I won't complain. If we stick with what we just had, well, we're gonna see a bracket reset, because that was ugly. I feel like that was so painful. Corrin is just, in that matchup, just powerful. If you don't fully adapt to the gameplay and start conditioning and anticipating when certain combos are going to start coming out.
That's very true. And as well as you guys are kind of waiting in earnest, after this matchup, we will be taking a break. If it's going to be a bracket reset, just a little bit able to go to some more Super Smash Brothers. But then we'll also have some Valorant to end out our day. This is the only one of our 2 remaining brackets that has the bracket reset available to be unlocked. We're simply waiting it out to see who is going to be our next one on deck, and we're theory crafting. Let's see, fingers crossed. Who do we have? It's Lil Mac Corrin going back to what they know.
Oh, all right. So close quarters combat, trying to make sure that Corrin cannot get any sort of juggling action started, even though Corrin has a lot of true combos. Little Mac does too. This comes down to, I think, Lil Mac wanting to stay middle stage and Corrin want to take it to the ledge.
I don't think they're going to get a chance. Consistently catching these hands all the time. Level 6, short hop, squaring up and squaring around. Trying to be able to just keep G-Locker on the defensive, and even using that counter to be able to get into him. 90%. Ooh, counter for counter's sake. Catching them in the shoulder blades. They're going to walk funny and going into stock too.
Trying to just wait out the invulnerability frames off of respawn. We had level 6 playing around the edge. Does get a few hit combo and goes for the down punch. Oh, that's the spear spike almost sends us off the ledge. We have the KO punch ready to go. We land it, and we send Corrin up to space.
Yeah, those first couple of picks I guess in games 3 and 4, definitely feeling like level 6 just wants to be able to play some of this game. Lil Mac, very effective now that Corrin has been brought back out. That 3-0 of this Corrin from the quarterfinals now being felt. They had the momentum. Level 6 has been in full control for the most part. Final stock. They do get a stab and jab off the sword.
That's it. Low Mac can't make it back.
Hey, that's at least one.
Yeah, Low Mac don't got hops. Yeah, but he do got some smacks, and we heard it, we saw the zoom in, the DI wasn't where it needed to be, and that is Corrin going off the ledge. All the stocks are gone. And I do believe that is level 6 walking away with the tournament victory.
They are going to be our Smash East region champion. Congratulations over to a level 6, bringing it home for this October Spin Showcase, really showcasing that they can adapt, have some fun, and hopefully if you're recruiting out there, you have a great future Lil Mac player. They definitely know how to be able to go back over to him and, I mean, find something that works, be it a Piranha Plant or just kind of going through literally the list of characters to see what they play in a grand finals. So a lot of fun attitude out of them, but the Corrin play, just they knew that it was locked down if they were going to do it on Lil Mac.
And Lil Mac was super successful. We saw it in the beginning, we saw it at the end. I feel like you intro with Lil Mac, you close out with Lil Mac. It is a very nice book ending to that tournament series, especially as we got to watch level 6 all the way through this. So congratulations, level 6. Also, don't let positional bias be your undoing. Honestly, G-Locker, you did a great job as well. You had to go through the redemption bracket and make your way to grand finals. So I'm pretty sure you're going to have some highlights in this highlight moment that we have coming out from that entire game series that we just witnessed.
Yeah, let's check out these replays as we got to see that grand final finish up for the East region. And of course, it started off contentious because we were wondering how well the Lil Mac would actually go into the Banjo-Kazooie, and apparently just a little bit of patience ended up paying off.
And Little Mac is just too powerful. We saw the Banjo-Kazooie matchup. At first, it seemed like Banjo was doing great. But level 6, I don't know, just gets inside people's heads, figures them out, is able to counter whatever is brought to the table. The Fox gameplay was not phenomenal. And level 6, I'm sure you also can agree with that. But nonetheless, you're running the gambit a little bit with some of these fighter swaps. The Corrin gameplay was too solid. We have to give G-Locker respect in that regard. The Corrin was great, brought them all the way to here in conjunction with their Banjo-Kazooie. So nicely, well executed from both players. The swaps were on point.
I'll never bring my Captain Falcon to a Corrin fight ever again. For the first time, maybe. Either way, congratulations staving off the could-have-been reverse sweep to win in game number 5, even if it's just to invent and see a little bit of extra content. Level 6 ends up again being our East region champion. On the other side, by the way, stay plugged in B, they have the, I believe, yes, the Central region championship going on. Bracket reset did happen as Bargain was able to come back, won in grand final over Particle Splosh, weird name, and now they are fighting in a bracket reset for the Central region. Go check that out on the B stream. But for us, when we come back, it's going to be grand finals time for Valorant, as we'll be taking it between Cheesed and Dreamland right after this. Welcome back, everyone. It's time for the grand finale of today's October Spin Showcase. You've been a wonderful audience, some great competitors, but we have to be able to crown everyone that was able to participate today. The winners, mostly. Everyone else, golf claps for you. I'm Hell Monkey Man, and this will be the last time I introduce myself alongside the greatness that is Nerdy Bird, and we have been your MCs, your pathfinders for you on this wonderful tribulating trial through this showcase. It's been Valorant, it's been Super Smash, and we've already crowned a few of the Smashers. Now we go to the end of the single elimination bracket. Nerdy Bird, we get to have maybe one of the second to last maybe times that we get to see one of our favorite maps.
Yep, we're going to see Lotus, and it's going to be Cheese taking on Dreamland. Now, both these teams during the September showcase did a fairly good job. Cheese, though, I will admit, they're pretty goated. Dreamland, I wish you the best of luck. I'm pretty sure this is actually a rematch from the September showcase, so best of luck to both these squads. I do anticipate seeing a Gecko on both sides as far as a controller auditioning. Well, oh yeah, all of these players, most of them use the auditioning to tag. I'm shocked to see the Viper over the Clove or the Omen here, but we do have double controller coming in for one side of this team. The other squad, what we've got the Sentinel. It's going to be the matching Sentinels, of course. Cypher, very powerful and very beautiful on this map. The Initiators, though, the Gecko in comparison to either the Sova or the Sky. I feel like Gecko is a mainstay on Lotus. So one of these teams has everything consolidated and together and understands. You don't play Lotus without Gecko. You don't play it without Wingman. That's just how it is. And so automatically, you're putting yourself at a deficit not running with the Gecko, I think. Because Gecko almost guarantees a C-site hit.
That's true, and they honestly, geckos have been pretty powerful for kind of any of these sites. He tattletales, he gives some information. He also is able to stun people up, and you have the mosh pit. It's a really great post plant. It's great initiation. I mean, it's a Pokemon master that all of us wanted it to be, and apparently there was one hiding out in LA, and they just had a whole bunch of Jello creatures to join them. We will have Phineas countering, auditioning onto that gecko, but it's going to be an initiator combination there between themselves and Sky and the Hungry Chamber. We don't have the Cypher. This is going to be going for those skirmishes, Nerdy Bird. No real utility except for the trademark to kind of slow them down.
So it looks as though what one squad is like. So we got double initiator duo here coming in to facilitate arguably one of the most powerful duelists in the game of Neon. We talked about that earlier, and I'm going to beat on this hill until I die. Like, this is the mountain I'm going to die on. Neon needs a nerf. You cannot let a player be 100% accurate while doing an ability like that. That's just disgusting. But of course, all the Neon players are having their heyday for now. You enjoy it until it gets nerfed, just like my ISO did. Now, I think that means for this squad in particular, the double initiator, we are flooding out. We're getting info, gaining space, using one of our blinding cooldowns, getting the intel going forward, using next blinding cooldown, swinging an angle, taking the rest of the space, locking down all the way to the back of the site so that we force retake from behind or angles where, like, per se, the trademark is set up so we know where people are coming from, but it won't be from in front of us.
In difference to the two Sentinels that we had, or that we have right now here on this map, I got to see a Vise for the first time hanging out on C. So that was a fun time. Oh! Well, okay, that's one way to get rid of a Viper. So that entire bit of a smoke pack is going to be gone as they catch them hopping and then they get popping. So Pit has to run away from Ye Yonder Wingman, and they couldn't take out the Jelly Belly before they got that plant. And cheesed. They're able to just cheese their way straight to C.
That's Dizzy and Wingman both hanging out over by the spike, though, and Cypher is standing right there keeping an eye on him. So unfortunately for our Gecko here, I don't know if we'll be able to re-grab those. We're going to use our own Dizzy on engage with the Paranoia. It comes through and hits two of us, throwing the Wingman onto the spike, saying, Wings, you got this. And Spike is not planted for Mound, however, Wingman is above it, so that means Wings will get eliminated. And with that, Cheese gets the point planted, gets the round win.
Okay, so one great pop really kind of took away the ability for, I guess, not conditioning, but auditioning Viper. Which, by the way, I've seen a lot of from auditioning on that Viper, and they have been just so good for the most part, going into a lot of these different matchups and across so many of these showcases. So, which actually, I believe, yes, that's correct. It was the opposite direction. It was backwards for all of a second. So AMC's actually got trampled there by Dreamland, who wanted to go fast. And I think you mentioned it a little bit before. They are playing into their side right now with these current compositions.
They want to make taking space the most difficult thing possible. The one thing I will say that does stink is because we don't have that guiding light regen anymore, we have to just rely on the 2 purchase. So it's not as powerful as this composition once was in the days of old, but they are successful in taking down Cypher. So there's ability to claim more space a little freely, but Naito does take down Ron, so that means we're down our controller, and that's not the best sign for this crew of AM's Cheese.
MG's trying to hang out. They know they have to be able to basically save Ferb with the Yonder Phineas, looking to be able to protect him. Oh, just walk in, raw peek. Ferb takes out auditioning, so the Gecko's no longer there. You do have some skeet shooting happening off of this Bucky, and then a classic to clean up, and AMG's looking much stronger than what we were giving him credit for just a moment ago, but you have 2 very healthy agents. Ferb is going to try and link up as the plant is happening over towards C with all the ruckus happening in mid. Doesn't matter, but it's a 1v2. They're trying to impress them immediately and run through some of this extra smoke.
Using that snake bite to force Zuda back. Might even get healed up a little bit. See, this is what I was talking about earlier about that Viper utility. If you want to play for the follow-up, you have to wait to use it, which kind of is a double-edged sword because you are reliant on, you know, your resource, but we can re-engage it a little bit faster by playing this properly. It's a lot of touch and go trying to bait this Sky around the corner. Hopefully Sky doesn't know exactly where we're standing. Toxins are getting low, but we confirm the spike diffuse. No, we do not. Ferb through the smoke gets that last connecting shot. I don't know if we'll survive away from the explosion. We do because we run out of time.
Wow, that was actually so darn close. If you go back to the replay, I think that was all of 1 freedom unit away from being a nice diffuse there for AM Cheese, but instead Dreamland is able to make it work, but they take a multitude of weapons out of the hands there, Nerdy Birds. So AM Cheese will have their weapons online, and Dreamland is going to go for the bargain bin buy. Let's see what they can work with going in round number 3 as they do force up. No save here, no bonus to really kind of speak of. Return will run out. They don't want to have to deal with all those paint shells, and they've lost at least that push-up connection towards Rubble.
I mean, it was pretty standard to have paint shells being used on Rubble, but we have the fast lane come through. Omen, with a little help of their team, managed to spot out the Neon. Ron is just posted up here, does not stop the plant, but Dreamland is down to 2 players. Trailblazer comes through. We don't break Trailblazer. We're still have move by, and one is diffusing, gets it halfway. We're pushing through the smoke, trying to round this corner. Don't know if there's any guiding lights left, but it won't matter. Ferb is going to be eliminated. Zuda is going to find 2, but it's too little, too late. Defenders win that round. AMG's putting 1 on the board.
Ron just devil may care for the way that they were playing that previous round, and that's actually going to play against them here because they don't have enough to buy into that rifle. So dropping out, and even with a losing round before them, Zuda took out at least a couple of extra, and that plays massive favors to Dreamland as they will have their first buy-up walking into round number 4. So Sheriffs will have to be the prime positioning in play. And again, like I said, we're going to condition, take this space, use that Dizzy, and use those paint shells to really give themselves some early push. But auditioning finds Return, who did not fade away. I guess you don't want to always give it up for free, even if they're just dropping util on it.
Use Trailblazer trying to get information in conjunction with the Thrash coming through, but we are blocked off by Snakebite Paranoia. Speedway goes up to try and give us some opportunity to get through this zone. We do end up losing our Neon. We also have lost Ferb. Zuta found Ron, who was doing damage with that boomstick despite there being that Speedway up to prevent line of sight.
Oh, and Phineas caught looking above the archway just as 2 were able to go right over Mound. Auditioning on the Rays. Clears them out, and that's 2 in a row here for Am Cheese. You'd said it was it's a rematch from the previous showcase. How did that one go? Was Am Cheese on top? Who was able to find it?
I'm pretty sure it was Dreamland who ended up being victorious in that matchup, but It was still relatively close. Cheese, like I mentioned earlier, is also still a goated team, so I, regardless of the outcome, know that we'll probably see this again in the future. Yeah, that's the best way I can place this down. I do foresee this round going in favor of Cheese, though, considering the ultimate economy is more in their favor. Plus, I think they are on a light buy this round, but those ultimates can allow them to actually... sorry. They are on a full buy, so I think this round is going to go to Cheese unless we kind of have our Neon spearhead and assault onto a site here using the overdrive.
Yeah, but you gotta have a lot of good util support to be able to really make that work. Otherwise, they're just gonna be raw peeking and they're gonna get swung on. And it looks like they actually want to kind of use that extra speed to walk over towards A, but it's literally a walk and then a stumble because Zuda gets caught immediately. You leave one to lurk as the trademark is here and no one peeked beyond it. Peeking a little bit more as you have the headhunter, but looking one lone direction, not expecting there to be two. Usually C is a solo hold, and so return gets cut. And that's a few pathways now cut off. B might be the only way, and even then they're getting cut off at the pass. 1v2 right around this dark cover. They're gonna get dizzied out, and still they find the snapshot.
We're down to just our Neon left standing. Deagle in hand, overdrive locked and loaded. But honestly, maybe our goal is to find one exit frag here. Pick up a gun, run away. We know that our raise was right by breakable. We saw the boombot, but we used that toxic screen in order to allow our raise to cross. We've cleared the angle, but now where is Raze? There she is. Can we get the shot?
Oh.
We do. The 100% accuracy sliding comes in clutch, but we can't pick up the weapon and run away to safety.
Whenever they added that in, there was a massive tidal force of players all going towards Neon. And it made Neon much more viable, but it's obtuse now. The amount of viability that runs into it, like, massively so, especially into elos such as I, and even more so with people that love to play Apex Legends and then transfer that kind of general hit scan into this game. So, I mean, simply make her slightly less accurate, right? Or is that going to be too much?
I mean, maybe like standard accuracy, bump it up by like 15.
Okay.
But 100% is ridiculous.
Well,
standard movement accuracy.
For what they have for right now, they're going to take it. Try and run with it. Ron catching them as they're going in. You do have the overdrive. Nick Dew is able to get at least rid of one. They're walking back and forth across the mosh pit, and as the plank goes down, Wingman helps them out into a 3v2 Cheese. They took advantage previously. The not dead yet. Can Zuda run from Pit and then find him again? No, Pit's actually going to walk it away. That does give them some time, but now they have to go out and find some extra info or else this death will be for naught.
Oh, we'll make our way over towards drop, and that is where we pass away for the second time. Auditioning Viper will hit the tap on the spike. A flick from Pit onto Phineas, and Ferb fell earlier, so that is going to be another round win for Cheese.
That was such a clever way to kind of twist your time into it, because whenever you got that's I guess kind of just watching out after Zuda as they fell, and then able to get just that one single pick. It just left auditioning on an island, or rather not auditioning, but Phineas on an island. They didn't have very much HP, and so Cheese, it looked like they were in a massive disadvantage, but forcing Pit to have to run away actually, and then having to go get some extra info from that ended up kind of being to their detriment. So Dreamland is half of Cheese. You have the Showstopper and the Thrash, though, and a couple of information ults off of Cheese in a very strong position, especially because Dreamland's going to be facing this eco.
Now imagine Thrash gets 2, follow-up Showstopper also lands on those 2. Instant C-site hit thereafter.
Boom. Cinema. Which also starts with a C.
We got one staring at the box in B main, which makes sense. You always want to make sure no one's there. Play patient, wait for it. One lurking outside of Mound, and then the rest all committed here just outside Rubble, one a little bit closer to Root. Inching our way forward to this A site, very methodically approaching how we're going to attack this. We've got the Tour de Force out, trying to clear out Staircase. There's no one there. Bad news, no one there, but this Omen's about to swing into you. is this Omen going to actually swing into you? We've reactivated one of our trademark. We saw where the dark cover came from, so we know Omen's at staircase likely rotating. We've committed to a float out on the B site as Wingman gets the plant down.
Two kind of waiting this one out. They put up the fast lane and a bit of timing as a Cypher will still be fine. The Thrash is going to be tracking him down. Counter Thrash? Pokemon battle? You betcha! Phineas going to try and throw it out. No one out in the middle of the bin. Phineas now just waiting for these interactions as Ron is able to get rid of Ferb. That's a second as they turn it right back around. Pit finding two. Trying to use that tour de force, and that's a golden bullet for the chest cavity. But even as they clean up the rest of them off of the slow area, it's going to be pros never fake. And AmCheese gets their fifth. Nice diffuse and just posting up against Dreamland.
There's no reason to fake. That's all I say about that one. I mean, if you can get the initial tap of the defuse during pure chaos happening, there's no need to fake. They won't even realize that you're defusing. So now, we don't have the Tour de Force ultimate. Return is going to opt to go broke and buy an operator this round. Got one Bulldog buy, and that comes from Zuda. Are we going for a B-site commit, B-site fake? We do have a swing out from route where there is a dark cover, I believe, and that's going to be our operator user walking their way up towards Mound on C-site. I like that we default almost every time, so we don't. Our defensive squad doesn't know where to go. We break the trip. That's Phineas backing off. Zuda overstays their welcome a little bit, but does not get punished for it.
Cam did side out that there was an upholding Frenchman over towards C, but the pick actually occurs over here towards A. Do you flex to that? The door opens, and it is drawing that rotation. Look how now two have to go over towards A. Everyone basically bleeding from AmCheese over towards A, but Wingman is running their way towards C, and that intel is now coming in just a little later than what it maybe wanted it to happen. So the plant will come through. You gotta make use of this operator headed towards Mound, but you're gonna have to have some sentinels covering down for you too.
Good job, Wingman. You did a fabulous job. Pit had to disengage, which, I mean, your util got burned. You did what you could, but no one was scared enough to stay back. But Pit's going to go in, puts up that last cyber cage. He's going to allow our Viper to begin this defuse, whose poison orb is in the entryway. Phineas walks through it, takes damage. But like I said earlier, if you do it during chaos, the odds of people knowing you actually tapped it, very little. However, the cyber cage went down. The poison orb went down. Phineas put the bodies on the ground.
That's so scary too. We can see it through that the highlight, through the silhouettes look, but I mean, just knowing how close that really was again, off of just sticking it, going for it. Now, at this point, if you're Dreamland, you have to be like, you know what? They are disrespecting us. I mean, and only in the capacity of they're gonna defuse. They are not gonna stop. So we gotta respect the fact that they're doing that. So, AmCheese does see their round winning streak go away, and auditioning just before they take a full-on blind. They do get rid of Nick too, and so look at this parade that's actually happening towards B. That was a nice flex to get a lot of eyes looking towards A.
We did have to sacrifice our Neon, our engaging utility player, but thankfully we've confirmed the B site lockdown. Spike is going down. We get flashed. Phineas accidentally got flashed by their own teammates' guiding light. It happens. It's painful. The paranoia goes through. Phineas has no sense of direction, but nonetheless, that is all of AmCheese to fall. That's another lockdown on site for Dreamland. We're within striking distance of equalizing these two scores at 5. Can Dreamland do it here?
Phineas knew his Cardinals just about as well as I did during the Boy Scouts, which was none, 0. But still, the right way to go is wherever the W key guides you, and especially right behind your teammates. Didn't speak too much to the pick of the chamber off of return. I feel like the hungry Frenchman on this chamber has kind of come and gone in ebbs and flows for Lotus. It's a really nice, like, pocket pick sort of situation. So, I don't know. It's about being able to find that impact that you really can, especially off of long sniper play. It's not exactly like it's ever faded away. They do have the return if they wanted to. And look at this 3-man cross that's actually set up just inside C. They're trying to read this.
as I mentioned, like, Seaside is Gecko's playground, so you want to put a little bit more manpower there because people are not scared by the idea of there being a Cypher here, especially when we're on an eco round such as this one. You post multiple people, but we put all of our eggs in 2 out of 3 baskets and leave A completely unoccupied. There is no util here to tell us if anybody is approaching. We are walking in quietly, going in like a sneaky snake, walking our way up into that site. We even opened a door to confirm that no one was inside of B. Now we realize the grave mistake we've made, and you can see on the bottom of the map that our chamber is just barely staying out of LOS of those defenders. Holy cow, that is Valorant timing to its finest.
That you get to see that tiny little sightline funnel, and it did not see them at all. Frenzy Gaming is just not going to save auditioning here, but it will on the side of the Spectre for auditioning 2 and 3, as the Rays and the Viper are able to at least get into that exchange. A 3v3, believe it or not, as auditioning tries to be able to land one here off of the Sheriff, and a time or two. We're getting some solid picks with AMGs. Dreamland should be able to just cover down for this for the most part. They're holding as long as they can, but Ron, this time around, not faking, will be read quite well by Return.
All right, 5 to 5 on both sides. That was a very heavy eco round for AMGs. So now they should be able to full buy, but the economy on the side of Dreamland is very healthy. It doesn't matter. They can lose a round. They could even lose another round because Return bought up. Return does not care. Return has plenty of money. 5.2k is a lot to work with. I am a little concerned about Ron, our controller, who probably has to dedicate most of their creds here to their paranoia. I haven't really seen much teleportation the Shadow Step used, but we might also still need actually to have that in the pocket as well. We need to buy the dark covers, so possibly opting for light shields here. I think we have 3.9k, so it's not enough to buy a full kitted loadout, but if we're going to focus on our utility and being a tool for our team, then yes, we're going half shields with a AR, or if you really want full shields, hear me out, Bulldog.
Bulldog.
I need to make my own hear me out cake and just put pictures of various Bulldog skins on it.
Here's the French Bulldog. Here's the English Bulldog. It's all the Bulldogs you could ever want. Okay? We support our short-snouted puppers. Okay? That's what we do out here. Even though we love cats more. Actually, I love them both the same. Look, like I love my cat chief. I love everyone else's dogs. I hate taking care of dogs.
Me too. They're so needy.
So much stuff. So hot. Oh my God. They need all the time. Cats just kind of do their thing. Okay. Regardless, that's gonna be my next TED talk. Feline over canine, rised up. They're gonna crash C. They're gonna push this one in. Oh!
But no one is guarding our poor Gecko who is ulting. That is so tragic. I trusted you with my life. I laid myself bare before you and said, hey, I'm ulting. And you refused to keep an eye out. You hear this massive audio cue of the door opening, and you just let me die.
Big slide, no accuracy, doesn't matter. Auditioning waits out Nick 2. Now it becomes a 3v3. Showstopper's online. You have a mosh pit. They're gonna take away that backside corner up on top of this box. The Showstopper does get popped. Oh, when they throw it out, Return will fall. But Dreamland have one sole survivor, an operator. Oh. All right, give it to the old Return. See if we can get some extra candy in their Halloween basket. But what's the bigger betrayal? A ulting Gecko getting taken down, or a Phoenix that then gets stabbed because you didn't kind of look for the lurk watch?
I can do you one better.
Okay.
Your Clove loses the duel.
Uh-huh.
They get the person low. There is no healing in sight for the other individual. They hit that not dead yet. And you, as the third-party teammate, round the corner and get the kill so your Clove dies.
I am absolutely called out for the last 5 seconds. That is rough. Okay, true. Look, I was just holding the trigger, and it's a shooting game, and I thought that's how you play. How did I know you're gonna hit the X button?
Not your Clove screaming, don't kill them, as they're, yeah.
You expecting that comms are happening is wonderful. Plant goes through. Get one. Neural Theft online. 3 good for Am Cheese. And now they just got to play cleanup onto the same Clove that then gets clotheslined. A flawless to answer back in the final round of the first half.
We're tied 6-6. Let's see. The way that Am Cheese was going about their defensive rounds was pretty well executed. Apologies. You're gonna hear hiccups. They're happening. I can't stop it. They'll go away in a little bit. But I'm really curious, Dreamland, what's your plan of attack here? For our Senti, we're running someone that's suboptimal on defense. That is what's concerning for me. Yes, Chamber has a trademark. It can tell you people are coming, it can slow people down, but it is not nearly as scary as someone with 2 tripwires, cyber cages, and plus utility that doesn't stop working based off of where you're standing.
That really screams to me that this has to be a proactive defense. Theft of space. You better be stealing, just full-on land grab. It better be Boomer Sooner style, running out and taking away anything. And if you also have a direct sight that you want to be able to go and pull, well, Am Cheese, they have tons of smokes to really work with. Even with that one now permanently down, shout out to all the people that are sad about the poison orb not being picked up. Either way, Am Cheese, they have a very strong composition to make whatever they want to work. But look at this lurk. Auditioning. Gotta wait for that from on stairs. They actually throw the paint shells out, and Auditioning is gonna get blinded, smoked off, and that's actually in safety from their teammate.
Phineas taking down the enemy. Gecko then finds Ron. Return has been eliminated by Auditioning, but the trades are coming out. Ferb and Phineas both finding a couple kills apiece, and Nocto finding the last one on Pit. That's going to be Dreamland taking the first pistol round here, and calling over Neon saying, hey, come get this.
You know what? I like that idea too. They are prioritizing trying to be able to get that overdrive ultimate. And if we talk about a proactive defense as well, that everyone won their ones. They truly did. Walking into smokes, doing so in pairs. And then if you're going to be able to have ultimates that really can be impactful for thieving space, a overdrive is going to cut down all that space when you get the little zappy fingers going.
All right, we've got one person. That's our Auditioning Rays. Opting to buy the light shields, which will save you during a second round buy from the enemy team's gunfire. A little bit. Just a skosh of extra health there.
Skoosh. Is there a formal unit of measure for a skoosh? Is like a smidgen?
Yeah, a pinch.
Oh, okay.
Skosh.
I pinch too much whenever I cook. I also don't cook, so here I am.
Oh, well, cooking is all about cooking with feeling. It's an art form. Baking, however, that is a science. You go with hard measurements on that one.
I always knew I was a baker at heart. Cooking, never again. Not on my watch, especially me. We need to have edible food in this household. And right now, the only thing that Am Cheese is eating is bullets. Right to the mouth, as Dreamland have all of one down. But it does look like they will sprint rotate to go to A, and it's being very well read. Dreamland trying to see what they can do. Already the Outlaw finding its mark.
Phineas finding the last one to fall. We're gonna go and trade out our weapons, pick up a free Deagle, give it over to anyone on our team who ended up getting eliminated last round. No, instead, actually, I think Phineas opted to pick it up in favor of the Ghost, and so Zuda is just saying, okay, I'll grab the Ghost, no big deal.
I've had people yell at me because I decided to take Ghosts, and I was like, look, I like the Ghost. And then
the recoil is bad on the Deagle.
Look, yeah, I can't hit my marks, which is what everyone's saying. Go to aim labs, and I'm like, you expect me to have time, and I don't. So we go to round number 17, no, 15. Haha, math. And it is a swarm of players here this side of Am Cheese. Oh, but it doesn't matter. If you're able to just land it and return, they must have actually found Auditioning Rays whenever they kind of got the tiniest bit of chip damage, because that should have only put them down to 10, but walking through just enough. And they've now been good for 4 onto that Outlaw for the past couple of rounds.
return, finding one. In turn, also getting eliminated by Pit. Naito trying to take some aggression to allow Zuda to use that metal. Throw it in towards Tree. The blind comes out too, in fact. We still round the corner over towards Breakable. Find the elimination. Pit is gone. The Ruse is up over Spike. It's a 2v2. We tap it. We get one. We get the pick-me-up. And Zuda, finding the last 2 kills, will get the defuse as well.
I love the decay use because they popped that around the corner and used just literally the backup motion as well as the lower HP to give them some time to be able to half it in the first place, and then just playing right around that Ruse, hoping that anyone that wants to come into the very pretty Thunderdome will be able to go, and then they get lo-fied, put to the floor, and Cheese is now seeing themselves in a pickle because they've dropped what should have been their round, at least mathematically, on the Arsenal, and Dreamland is in a very safe space. Operator will be up.
I was about to say, did I just see another operator buy coming out from our defense squad this time? The answer is yes, and we have another A site commitment with a lurk up through B from our Cypher. Cypher might catch wind of someone because of these tripwires that we do have placed outside of C main. Gonna wait to hear the confirm on that one being broken. Return, uses Headhunter, gets one, but uses the op, gets one, dies. And now let's Pit being able to trade up for a far better weapon and auditioning with the operator as well now from inside the pit. Takes a shot, doesn't land it, instead gets eliminated themselves.
Overdrive is laying low, and then everyone else goes down as well. 10 on the board, forthcoming by Dreamland. And I mean, the only one criticism I have is that, you know, it is also post incursion because it happened over in secret, is putting that trademark from just around the corner to receive instead of to find them as they come right out from the initial swing into B main. But I mean, you found one good pick and then you got traded out otherwise. So I am cheesed. Definitely needed a timeout. I feel like, you know, it wouldn't have mattered if it was previous or to this one, but they're in a tough spot. They will be walking into at least another rifle round off of this one, considering that that was primarily a light buy. But, I mean, 3 away from Dreamland taking this spin showcase here in Nerdy Bird. Right now, this is looking like a much stronger defense than what I initially was giving Dreamland credit for. Agency be damned.
Yeah, I really thought that the weaker of the Sentinels. The one thing I will say is that you don't typically, as Chamber, you're not lurking, so that might be why they're being more powerful, is because we're just kind of acknowledging the fact, hey, there's going to be a Cypher lurking through B. Like, that's just, it's given. So we set up acknowledging that fact is going to occur and prepare to deal with it, as opposed to trying to take that challenge in mid in a 1v1. We force a 2v1 instead, being aware that there's a Cypher and pivoting our attention to Pit as needed, because the Cypher has been struggling quite a bit. Now, also, I will say, I'm not seeing no C execution here despite there being no Cypher. Why are we not going C sites?
Maybe they just think they're going to get mosh pitted on and having to deal with one too many blinds. I don't know. Feels kind of strange. They love A, though. So, Fox screen setup, trying to just condition their way through. Look how deep already this Viper has been able to just extend themselves. They're going to take that toxic screen away, and Phineas is kind of wise to it. Return is already going to get that op shot, and that's over towards B, sprung right around that funneling entry point, and they're trying to get at least some intel. They know that someone's towards that mound. They're going to use those paint shells and keep them between a wall and an exploding place. They stand strong, but Ron puts them down.
We're going to be able to have Gecko pick back up the Dizzy. We do have Thrash. We're going to opt for the Mosh Pit, I believe, towards CT. We are not going from Mound. We're thrashing first. If we were standing on Mound, I would have anticipated an insta just go for the lock on point with Wingman, but instead we hit the Thrash. Return trying to be used as bait by their teammate, but Zuda only finds Ron after Ron did end up finding elimination on Chamber. So we're 3v3. Nate, make that 2v3. Zuda able to sustain here a little bit longer.
Spike just kind of left on the ledge as they utilize that Wingman. It's a 2v1. Thrash will be online. It goes hunting. They know that this Gecko is between them. They hear the footsteps and they have to pull out the weapon just as they hop over the wall. Nikto is able to get that one completed. So now Dreamland, through that rifle round Cheese invested into a moment ago, We go light shields. How is this buy going to be impactful? They don't want to let this one go through for free, but it feels like they're now just up against the wall and money's running out.
I understand the up against the wall, but we don't want Dreamland being at match point. However, the alternative I give you is we full save, or we save a little bit heavier this round. We go for the Bulldogs, you know, because they're a little cheaper. We go for the Guardians, the Bulldogs. We all commit to the half shield buy, so we're able to buy up no matter what when Dreamland is at at match point here. Whereas the buys that we have now is scraping as much as we can from the bottom of the barrel is going to leave us in a situation where if we don't survive this round and we're playing at the 12th hour, we don't have a lot of cash in the bank.
Pennies to buy hot pockets. Struggling like me back in the early 2000s. Phineas will take on the door swing. They're actually going to back this one up. A smart move just to be able to play this one a little bit calmer and a little bit longer. Gonna wait off of this drop initially. The paranoia already gets invested into it. The plant will come through. So AmCheese has been able to get these plants. Not Dead Yet is online here for Zuda if they want to get aggressive out into it. The Dizzy will be infected as it inflicts at least some of his extra goo blind, and they do have the Neural Theft that gets utilized. So they're getting sighted out. They know everyone's up in heaven. Still a 4v5.
We've got one go to drop. It's Zuda trying to put pressure on Tree. We unfortunately have lost our tool and force. We're sending Wingman in just to be a distraction. We drop down from the high ropes. We get one. We're traded out by the Rays, auditioning. Both Gecko and Viper find the last two remaining players of Dreamland. Now we got to pick up these weapons. We really got to upgrade and help out our teammates who did find themselves getting eliminated. So this is what I was talking about. Those that did not survive are in a rough situation. It's difficult to afford. I'm looking at you auditioning. Truly, if you can't afford it, go full shields in a Bulldog because of the amount of economy that we know Dreamland has. I think opting for full shields is better than trying to go with a Vandal in this instance. I'm only saying that because one shot, one kill either way is true, but we gotta give favor to the fact that maybe not all of these players are at headshot level or, you know, insta-finding clicking heads. So give yourself as much extra breathing room as possible with that little 50 shield over 25.
One thing to be examined too is that Dreamland isn't exactly rich. They have one player that has enough creds to be able to buy a little extra and a full kit for themselves going to the next round. Otherwise, if they get caught on this one, disconnect here for Phineas, and that means they're going to be dropping out as well. That is unfortunate, but they were going to get caught regardless as the showstopper comes through off of auditioning, and this is going to be something AmCheese will walk forward with. We might have a pause after this, just in case they need it from that DC, but Dreamland might be in that eco pit. Nick 2 and Ferb still alive. Laying a man down. It's actually going to be into this 2v2. The guiding light does not find any space. It's a 1v1. Nick 2, they're going to be trying to use that relay bolt just to keep them off center. Oh, and the paint shells force them to slide. 3K for auditioning. And we will, in fact, have a short pause as we try to get everyone back in the lobby.
I mean, disconnects happen, but typically it's like the same rule with Rocket League, where if the first goal has been scored, you have to continue to play things out. If the first shot has been fired, damage has been done, we have to at least play out to the end of the round. Very rarely do tournaments allow a mid-fight or mid-round pause. It's like Overwatch, there can't be a fight occurring, even if you DC'd mid-fight. If a goal was scored, you have to play 5 minutes in Rocket League. That's a painful rule, and I feel very bad, but some players will literally just sit there, and they'll honor the fact that there's a man down for the other team, so one will just go back off into the corner and, like, spin around in a circle. So there's sportsmanship aspects that do come into play, but when you're in one of these tournaments, we're in grand finals, you gotta go to the bitter end, so I know you want to pause, and our TO knows you want the pause, but we cannot pause by the rule book. We have to wait until the round is done, and that's just how things ended up working out in that instance.
Yeah, I mean, because we also have competitive rule books and, you know, saying, all right, well, they didn't die yet. It happened right before everything was happening. What was invested? So we might actually roll it back. We'll see what the score stands as. It's going to stay. So that one does end up helping them out. And, you know, I was talking about that previous economy. So we got a couple rifles at best. And the rest is looking kind of like this mid, maybe force-up buy, depending on what they want to do with it. A Guardian, a Bucky, and maybe just a whole heap load of Headhunter shots here for return. So AM Cheese is slowly gaining some ground.
Maybe Amped Cheese was playing here for the offensive angle, like our games that we saw earlier today as well. Now, is that the case? I can't always tell you, but we've got some util dumpage coming from Raze. One shot with the Bucky to the head from Ninth, though. Gets one elimination, but then we drop down. Don't recognize we're dropping down into the army of Amped Cheese.
Only a couple of those keen soldiers left, make it one. Zuda gave themselves away. The paranoia comes through. They're going to TP behind them, and now they just wait for the fight. But it's on all quadrants, and Ron is able to find Zuda as they TP top side behind them. So that was a quick round. Heavy investment, I'd say, a couple times, because it wasn't exactly like they went for a light buy there, Nerdy Bird. So M Cheese now has a pretty healthy eco. Even if this drops out, they're not in the worst case scenario.
I'm just looking specifically at what they're looking to buy. We've got, okay, I talked about this on Ascent, which is the relay bolt followed up by sliding through and hitting your shots with a Bucky, Judge, Shorty, what have you. You can guarantee kill shots on people with Neon. So Dreamland having Neon opt for the little bit more of expensive buy rather than the full save makes sense. We're trying to do a little damage, get some carnage on the field from Amped Cheese during this save round.
About right at neck level. Somewhere around there, depending if you fall from the steps. They actually have a really far lurch upwards by their Viper towards that orb corner. Auditioning, simply kind of waiting it out. They're giving the intel good to go. They can be followed. Now, jump peek. Gonna have the poison orb. Now they're gonna be able to fast hit. I wouldn't be surprised. Yep, looks like they're gonna go up this rope, and hey, finding Phineas, finishing what they started, the one-way starting off as well, and that snake bite is gonna be detrimental if they try to step through a just util dump into the funnel.
Spike is down for Amped Cheese. We hear someone just touch the spy cage, the cyber cage, but no one's committing through it. For waiting for the toxic screen to go down to see if anyone braves the storm. The blast pack pushes someone out of the way. Ron, auditioning Gecko. Both find elimination, but auditioning Gecko ends up taking down Return, and that's an attacker's win. So we are at 10-11, favoring Dreamland. Both teams at double digits, and Monkey Man, I think possible OT is in sight for this one.
It's very possible. I am currently knocking on wood with my heels because it's on the floor. I don't have any at table height to be able to touch, but this round in particular, Nerdy Bird, is going to be indicative of if we're going to see Dreamland maybe stave off the bleeding, put a tourniquet on the old limb, or if Am Cheese is going to be able to bring us dead even, and then Dreamland will be in the pit of misery with their pennies to pinch. So, with the operator in the hands of Return, and them lending themselves very far out from where they'll TP back to in terms of waterfall, they're hoping for this pick. They know they got to see at least one little shoulder. And I think everyone else did as well onto that minimap. I don't think they want to take this fight. Oh!
Well, too bad they end up taking the fight anyway. That's auditioning Raze taking down 2 after losing their Gecko. So we got the clean trade in favor of Amped Cheese here. And then we're gonna force the not dead yet. Honestly, the tragedy has struck. We just took down the Viper, and we're going to hit the pick-me-up to try and give us a little bit of extra speed. We're running it in past Rebel, past Root, into a lobby. Everyone's gone. See, this is what I was talking about. Your teammate gets the kill on the person that killed you when you hit you're not dead yet. And Zoot ended up suffering the fate I've experienced many a times.
They've displaced Return, but what a swing. 2v2. It's not over yet, just like they're not dead yet. They actually back on up to be able to get that plant off. Phineas uses the dizzy. They shoot that one out of the sky, and then so same for the thighs of auditioning. Now it becomes 2v none as they can't even get that plant down, and Dreamland, they clutch up and they put up. They are finally on championship point here for our spin showcase.
All right, Dreamland, can we close it out? Or are we gonna have a repeat of our last series where things get dangerously close and we end up in overtime? We've got that operator in the hands of Return, who's been showing us that they can indeed one-shot, one-kill, and keep doing it every round. No one has been able to challenge this operator, I feel like, as heavy-handedly as perhaps someone with an op themselves. I know it's not great on offense, but sometimes that's what you gotta do. However, our Neon gets trapped by the Dizzy Flash over by Rebel and gets punished.
I don't dislike what Nikto was doing there because, I mean, take advantage of some aggression. If you want to be able to cut him off at the pass, you make use of what we were talking about before, and that's being aggressive and taking over total territory control. Ferb gets caught as they try to be able to do the same thing. An operator is sighted. It is caged up here in the middle. Dizzy tags 2, and they are just being murdered up in heaven. That is exactly where they're going to stay. Zuda will find 1. No pick-me-up to be used yet. They're full up. No reason to. Can they take on the 1v everyone, the 1vx? It really depends on this kind of eco. I think they may just stick it out and play in the jungle.
Well, Zuda in a 1v4, and someone asked earlier if Dreamland loses, is this worse than what we saw earlier on Bind? I will say with utmost confidence that Bind is very heavy-handed in favor of defense, and so the low-scoring offense was on both sides. It wasn't as though an insta-win was really swept away. It was the fact that one team was playing to literally have the side swap. The other team just happened to start on the side that favored them. Now, we are giving our last remaining Dreamland player 1v1s, which is never good. So Zuda just picked up 2. We're dampening the economy over here for Amped Cheese, but nonetheless, Amped Cheese was the ones trying to clean space away from our final standing defender. That puts us in a situation where we are most likely to see overtime.
Oh boy. All right. Yeah. There's a Bucky, there's a Ghost, a Bulldog, and a couple Phantoms. I don't think that's the kind of mystery incorporated that you want to be bringing into this in regulation. A lot of extra weaponry to the point that you have an Odin being popped out, not to mention ult economy. You've got a lot of info across all of this, as well as denial if you can just simply get to the post plant. Return peaked just a little bit before they get caught. 10 HP remaining. They're going to need reinforcements. They're going to need a touch-up on this overgrowth.
You said it was no mystery ink of what's happening, but you missed the opportunity literally to say it's Doofenshmirtz Evil Incorporated, because we have Phineas and Ferb here on the field, and Phineas is about to hit this Thrash. Who's going to come running in with Phineas is my question. Now Thrash goes in. We're looking specifically for this Viper. We find Zuda with the Showstopper. Return is going to be decayed, and I think also took a little bit of damage. Has no choice but to disengage. There's an Omen on the flank through Waterfall. Phineas finds Ron. Nikto is going to be eliminated by Raze. Auditioning finds Ferb. Hit is going down to Return. He uses that rendezvous to get out, but I think Cheese, it's just Phineas left standing. Don't give him 1v1s, and you should be A-okay. There we go through the smoke. It is going to be Cheese finding the 12th round win.
And all I have to say is parry the platypus as we go into our overtime. It had to happen no matter what. Both these teams have really been looking at the end of a barrel of just how balanced this has been. But look at the streakiness that we got at the other half. Both of these have, to be honest. It went 5-4 into that first half, and then we went 5-4 again. But a collective of those last 7 rounds, only 1 picked up. So can we see either team? I don't even know what the effective half would be that they got to get. Last time it was who could win their attacking half. In either direction, this one is kind of a 50-50 shot.
I actually think it's whoever wins their defensive half, because the defense has been so sparse from both teams. However, we have people swinging without util, swinging too early before util is deployed. So we have lost both our Viper as well as our Gecko here. So now Amped Cheese is a little worse for wear. We have 3 players. That means 2 people basically have to pick up 2. And unfortunately now it's a 2v5. Best of luck now with just a Raze and an Omen to try and clean up this mess.
Should probably just save, you know?
Yeah. Yeah,
they're
just save.
Yeah, just walk away. But they're swinging together.
Man.
Ooh, first step, right direction.
Second, 3 more to go.
Gonna use that boom bot. They have to clear them out. They already know one is back. They're gonna trade Pokemon for Magnemite. auditioning from right around the corner. They're going chasing, but as soon as Ron was taken down, it left him on an island. Nick 2 was great coverage from that drop. And for all of the stress and tests that Dreamland went through, they're now on match point.
All right. I said it's whichever team wins their defense. Dreamland, can you win your defensive round here? And Cheese struggled a little bit early in their offensive phase, but I will say they did kind of rekindle things after they were heating up for a while. Turned into queso. We'll have to wait and see, though. It comes down to the next, what is it, 2 minutes? That you technically get before spike plant? A minute 40 seconds, so 100 seconds.
Oh my goodness. I got to see, I blinked once, y'all, and it was blurry after the fact, and I saw a Viper peeking behind their talk screen. That is a picture I didn't know would awaken something within me. You have a full rush by Cheese going and putting it down towards A, but then immediately Phineas is able to pick it up against Ron. Zuda doing the same thing, and now there's this weird 1v1 battle happening towards B, and everyone else holding it down, auditioning the same. Phineas, oh, nice little corner jump. They know they can get away from that mosh pit too.
And Cheese is playing and hanging on for their life. We are in a 2v3. There's a sense of primordial fear left inside this Cypher. Will the Cypher clutch? No. We are lurking too far back, and that is Dreamland walking away with a 14-12 victory. I said it's the first team to win their defense. Dreamland won their defense first.
You guys cannot doubt Nerdy Bird and their calls. It's fantastic work. Not just in the booth, but out on the maps. Congratulations goes over to Dreamland as they're able to take this October Spin Showcase champions out of your dreams. And they did a fantastic job. Single round of overtime, much like we got to see a little bit before, but Dreamland brings it again into this rematch and a repeat, I guess, of championship winnings going over to them. So, from top to bottom, it felt like both these teams were really kind of just bringing the heat against each other for a while. It actually looked like Cheese was making, or actually found life to be difficult, especially from the initial attacking half out of Dreamland. But they had them at arm's reach for a while until Dreamland really just started picking up the pace, which it felt like their composition was really built for.
I don't disagree with you in any regards, and truly I was a little shocked that a little less than meta current type of composition they brought out, which I feel like was just one old meta version, having that chamber over the Cypher really is what it is, worked better. I think their defense was just a little bit stronger. They're a bit more consistent on defense than Cheese was, and defense is still just as important as offense when you have a game where you have to play both sides of the street.
Well, we're going to see some of those replays from our final championship of the day. Let's go ahead and bring them on in. And you know what? There was a chance for pretty much everyone to shine at times. Takeover and conditioning there from out in an open A mound. But Dreamland, it was a comeback, really, to be able to keep Cheese at bay. And then whenever it traded over, I did not realize we'd have 3 replays. So good on Prods. We got like just a couple, just enough to make it work. Just like the composition is barely off meta.
Oh my gosh.
We got to see 2. That was great. So good stuff overall. But you know what? Congratulations again goes to the gang. And I believe there was actually one extra. Yes, I wanted to give you guys an update. It was a bracket reset in the central region by Bargain over Particle Splosh, who then won in game 5. Bargain over Particle Splosh. So forcing the reset, getting it in game 5, what a burner that was. And so congratulations over to them, to all of our winners, including Valorant and Super Smash Brothers. Nerdy Bird, heck of a day that we got to have here for the Spin Showcase. And you know, we have a lot of sponsors that we want to be able to remind you guys that made it all possible. So let's go ahead and get with them as we get to talk about some Coca-Cola Oreos. Yes, they put it all together. Coca-Cola Creations, they dipped into this bag of tricks. Yes, you got to see it right there. It was live. That's just for you guys, as well as for Nerdy Bird, as they were able to pull off best of both worlds experience in a cosmic collaboration with Oreo. The limited edition Coca-Cola flavored Oreos and Oreo flavored Coca-Cola Zero Sugar. Can you believe it has zero sugar if it tastes like an Oreo? Well, you can now. They're available now You can take a trip with us to your local convenience store. I'll hold your hand as you buy them, as you can experience this match made in heaven and in soda and cookies while it lasts. It's perfect for this holiday season. Throw some of that, I guess. Well, I don't know. Ask the parents if they're okay with zero sugar soda. Either way, be able to pick it up for some Halloween. That'd be a fun time.
And also, we want to give a huge shout out to Stay Plugged In. Stay Plugged In, which is what our acronym is, and here for SPIN, is the leading esports recruiting platform in the country, and creating an account and competing in these showcases is absolutely free. A free account will allow you to search for college esports programs, build your personal esports brand, and gain competitive experience by competing in the Stay Plugged In online recruiting events just like these. If you want to take it a step further, our Platinum plan will make your search for colleges become unstoppable. You can use your SPIN profile to keep track of your search for colleges, work with our SPIN recruiting specialist to create a personalized plan of action, and narrow down the search of schools to ones that make sense for you, as every student's wants and needs for their future school are different. And message college esports recruiters directly through the SPIN website and invite them to watch you compete in the next SPIN event you are attending. Visit staypluggedin.com. Again, it's staypluggedin.com to start your journey to collegiate esports today.
And if you want to be able to continue that entire journey while also maybe helping out your program, how about we bring in one of our awesome sponsors in form of Emerge Apparel. The esports landscape can be overwhelming as an environment, and for owners and directors of new esports teams, leagues, clubs, and programs, they need some assistance. Well, let Emerge take the burden of merchandising off your hands, as organizations of any size can work with Emerge to create a custom online storefront with online on-demand printing and fulfillment, all while generating revenue for their org. That's right, with an Emerge storefront, teams of any size can earn 50% of the proceeds from every sale to put back into their program. And with a Booster Club storefront from Emerge, you never have to purchase and keep any inventory or deal with the hassle of fulfilling orders. So replace stress with revenue and visit emergeapparel.gg. That's emergeapparel.gg and start the process of creating your own custom team shop today.
And while your team is getting decked out to the nines, they get to look good and feel good while they play good. Why not provide them with a space that also is just as fashionable and up to date as they are? Spin Labs can do just that. Spin can provide your program a great space to compete, providing your students with the right equipment, software, and network to set your team apart from your competition. Stay Plugged In can help you guide you through the physical design and layout of your institution's esports space, and ultimately construct the lab itself to help you engage more students through STEM learning, community building, and much more. Send your inquiries over to Renee, R-E-N-E, at staypluggedin.gg. Again, that's R-E-N-E at staypluggedin.gg to find out more. Let's build something great together with Spin STEM Labs.
And of course, if you liked all the stuff that happened today, well, you're going to enjoy even more stuff, because we got some upcoming events going your direction. First off is gonna be our Connecticut LAN. Yes, that's right, deep in Hartford, Connecticut. It's a UHSSE LAN event on the 26th and 27th of this month. That's literally in 2 weekends from now, just before Halloween pops off. A $900 LAN, where you can see that at staypluggedin.gg/events. They're gonna have Valorant, Rocket League, and Super Smash Brothers. But if you think that's the only thing that's going down, you are completely wrong. There's another event that's coming at you live and loud, as we have not one, but 2 LANs, as this 4th annual Florence Esports Festival, a $4,000 prize pool, as that's going to be going down in Florence, South Carolina, with Rocket League, Valorant, Overwatch 2, and Super Smash. That is the first weekend in November. I know that because it is before my daughter's weekend, so up for her birthday. So shout out to everyone that celebrates November. So $4,000, you don't want to miss it. Again, staypluggedin.gg/events. And even more from now, we have further events. I believe it's Carry to College will be carrying you the right direction over the turn of the year. That is January 25th through 26th. That first weekend is going to feature Rocket League and Overwatch 2 with a $2,000 prize pool. If you haven't caught on to the trend by now, well, you guessed it. Check that one at staypluggedin.com/events. And then there's one more C2C. Yes, Carry to College winter event. And this one will be Super Smash Brothers and Valorant, February 8th and 9th. And that's, again, a $3,200 prize pool for those two. And you can find it at staypluggedin.com/events. A lot of stuff coming up, but even one more big, would you say, showcase, Nerdy Bird, on the way?
Yes, and it's considered probably the most highly anticipated high school esports competition, and it's making its return in 2024. The Stay Plugged In Coca-Cola All-Stars is an exclusive event that provides talented high school players the chance to compete in front of college recruiters and industry professionals. Selected participants will be featured in competitive broadcasts across major platforms, offering exposure to larger esports audiences and a guaranteed piece of a $20,000 prize pool. Visit allstars.staypluggedin.com. Again, allstars.staypluggedin.com. So there's more in front of the Stay Plugged In part this time. Fill out the quick form and begin your nominations today.
Well, everyone, we've had a fantastic day here for the October Stay Plugged In Spin Showcase. But of course, all great things must come to an end. But that's just for day number 1. Day 2 will be forthcoming, as tomorrow we're going to have some fun. I believe it is Overwatch and Rocket League, and that can be confirmed if you simply show up tomorrow. Same bat time, same bat channel. It has been a fantastic day of production. Thank you over to Shredder Shades, as well as J-Loft and Barrelite and Blasky and everyone in the back of the booth. Nerdy Bird, first time to be able to be in the booth together. It was a fun time with you.
It only took 3 years for us to finally actually cast something together after meeting. Yeah, we've known each other for a chunk of time. I had a blast. Thank you so much for making it so much fun.
Of course, it's always a great time. And of course, with you, we hope that you come back to have a great time. But I'm Hail Monkey Man. That is Nerdy Bird. You have been awesome. We'll see you next time.